mute until I get him. Mute until I get him.
I hear some like guitar, distant, like just kind of some chill, mellow, sleepy music. I don't know what it is, but I can hear it.
Yep, same here. What's that? The live feed, you mean? That's The Exorcist.
All right. Well, welcome everybody to the Iron Realm Fringe Cast. Hope you guys are having a great. Yeah, we're having a great start to our show, as you can see, as usual. Technical proficiency is definitely our strong suit. Week. I'm Walt. Welcome all. By the way, hi.
Hi, Walt. Doing well this week. John Savage here. Waiting for a good chat. Been
Hi,
quite...
Walt. Sorry, John. Hi, Walt. It's Adam. Evening. I hope you're all right, John.
Got feedback. Is that you, Adam?
I'm headphoned up.
Are you live on the computer? Turn your mic. I mean, mute your computer, I guess.
No, I'm just on the phone in the man cave. I'll
okay.
reconnect.
It's all good. We'll figure it out.
It was me. Sorry.
It was you.
Oh, it was John.
It was reasonable to assume it was me, to be fair. It's all good.
Definitely been an interesting way for us. How are you, Josh? Uh-oh. There he is. There you go. Well, now we know. That's what that is. There we go.
So, what are we talking about this week? Sounds good to me. Hmm. Cool. That's a great idea, Josh.
Brilliant idea.
Yeah, great idea.
Brilliant.
So there you go,
Because I know
peeps.
early,
Get in contact.
for sure. All our information's here on the channel. You can find us here. You can find us on Twitter. You can find us on our website, ironrealmedia.com. It's definitely welcome to come on the show. And I mean, as we've all gone through that little period of feeling like you're the only one in the world who thinks this crazy thought and is even entertaining such a mad idea, it's very reassuring and empowering to find there are others who've actually done the research that you've done and have come to realize that not all that we've been told is as it seems, for sure. So here on the Iron Realm.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Nathan Oakley in the chat. We've got a few other people in up here. Candor.
Yep, Candor and Flat Earth Revelations. Welcome, guys. We appreciate you being here for sure.
Yep.
And all
Pass
you
it on.
guys out there watching.
Dundee.
It's a handful to juggle all this stuff. We're learning.
I rarely
Hey,
look
we
at the
are.
chat because I'm the same as you. I don't know where to look on this thing, but yeah, nice to see that there's a bit of banter going on there. Definitely. Hopefully, we'll get Rob on shortly as well. I think I saw him in the chat earlier.
Right.
How you doing, Adam? You've been very quiet.
Oh yes, sorry, gents. Listen a little bit. I was more pondering on what you were saying about the stories, and I was reflecting on how nervous and how much I was hating last week when we did that exact same thing, and how nervous I was. But you're right, Josh. It's good to get your story out there. People can take it or leave it now. It's done. It's there. And yeah, I'd love to hear other people's stories. I've met a few people. I'm not the most prolific Twitterer of all, but to hear other people's stories as well is quite strengthening for me to carry on plodding. And meeting you guys was the thing that gave me some strength to really carry on and plow a lot more energy into it as well. So unity is strength, is the thing.
Absolutely, yeah. I'd like to read out some of the DMs I get, some of the direct messaging I get on Twitter, some of them, and emails now as well from yeah, some really interesting people telling me their stories and how they've come to it, and asking questions, and generally how they've got a friend who they're debating with. And I said this to him, and he gave me this back, and I was just wondering what you'd say to him, and this sort of thing. Is
Right.
just to know it's going on out there, it's good.
Yep.
Leave it with me. Carry on, and
I've got
I'll have a look.
one, guys. I've got one, guys, that touched me this week, and excuse me. I can only read half of it because the other half's more private. But the first half is really the point, and it goes, Adam, I love Flat Earth. It's where the people I thought no longer existed live. Yeah, great to connect with you. Cheeky wink. And that to me was fantastic, and not something I'd even thought of myself, but it really does for me sum up the Flat Earth community. It's where the people I thought no longer existed live.
And beautifully said.
It's a good place to be.
Place.
But that there is one other thing I'd like to add on Flat Earth community, and that it's not. Have you got my little video there, Josh, that I sent you a link to? Just play that bad boy. This to me is community. This is the thing that made me smile the most this week, and it's not all about angles and curves and stuff. It is, like you say, about being part of something. There he is, little Chippy. Shout out to Chippy. There you go. That to me is community. I can't put it into any more words than that, and maybe I shouldn't even try.
Nice one.
But if you're part of the community, you know that. And that's...
Yeah, I've got
Well,
one
speaking
here.
of community, go ahead.
I've got a DM here saying, love your gyro videos. I was a US Navy gyro technician. My specialty schooling inside the IC rating was to work in the Sperry Mark 19, 23, 27 gyros. Accuracy beyond measurement. That world doesn't move a micron. This world doesn't move a micron. We used to have to come in more than a day in advance before ship's movement to get the gyros up to speed. They spin so fast and they are so accurate that it took that long just to get them up to speed. Yeah, just little things like that, from a US Navy gyro technician. I mean, you can't get a better sort of source than to go to a gyro technician to talk about gyros, can you? These guys take them apart, put them back together again. They know how they work, know how they're meant to work. And there he is saying this world doesn't move a micron. So little things like that. Sorry, Walt, carry on.
No, that was beautiful, man. That's great that you're hearing from somebody with that technical proficiency in it. I mean, a lot of people think we're just, coming up with this stuff, pulling out of a hat somewhere, just these crazy off-the-wall ideas. They don't understand the hours. For sure, they should understand the hours you put in just watching your videos that are fast-forwarded. But a lot of people think we're just pulling this stuff out of thin air, that we have no real theories, no real experiments, no real ideas. And the fact that this guy has confirmed it, that's just great. That's amazing. I'm going to say someone here in the chat was asking a question about something. I was going to try to include them a little bit in this community. It looks like Flat Earth is asking us something about hot spots on the clouds from the sun. He says when he looks up on a cloudy day, he can see a big hot spot in the clouds. He lives in the USA. Can someone in, let's say, New York see the exact same hot spot as me? Or would it just be positioned at a different angle? Interesting question.
I don't think there's two people on the planet that see the same sun.
That's something we've all tried to work with here on the realm. We've all done some different experiments trying to track the sun leaving one part of the year, and we definitely see it leaving at 1 degree on the compass, and it shows up right next door at a completely different angle on the compass. I've got video that I've taken with my overhead cam, that's my weather cam, that shows the sun actually like shifting position in the sky with a clear sky, no clouds involved. So there's definitely things up there going on with the sun that any two people see the same thing. I really do. I'm like you, John. It just doesn't seem to be something that can be the same way by two different people.
I'd agree with that, but qualify it a little bit further, in that I would say it's real, or it's not a simulation. I'm not.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
I would suggest
computer...
that the various effects we get are atmospheric in terms of perception.
Right.
Yeah, I think there's something there.
Yeah. And causing the image, I don't think the image is caused like every other image that we're supposedly seeing in simulation. I think it is of an origin, but what we actually perceive with our eyes is a mixture of the origin and atmospheric effects, I think so.
Yeah. Got another one here for you, Josh. It says, I have something to tell you. Uh-oh. I'm 100% on board with your beliefs about the Earth. I have read a lot. I don't think this is guy's first language is English, by the way. And hurt my head, followed your tweets, etc. I think it sums up to a lot of things, but I will say this, brackets, and I may even have thought this as a kid, it does not feel like we're on a fucking spinning ball, allegedly. What is it, 67,000 miles per hour? Does not feel that way at all. The science has hurt my head, I confess. I thought it was just a fringe movement years ago, but so many in history believed in the flat earth too. It didn't help that some were basing flat earth on biblical scripture. I am not religious, but on board. I can imagine ridicule if I bring this up in life, but I am willing to tell people to research. So yeah, that was a good one.
I think that's fair for most people, isn't it? Ridicule. You know what I mean? And I think the antidote for fear of ridicule is knowledge.
Yeah.
There's no point standing up there and shouting, the Earth's flat, and when somebody gives you something, not being able to give an adequate rebuttal, there's no point shouting it until you've learned your rebuttal, is the only thing I would advise. Otherwise,
you could find yourself in hot water quite quickly.
Yeah.
If you don't know what you're talking about. This is why I sort of specialise.
As he alluded to, a gut feeling is one thing, it's fine, but then act on it and learn on what there's no point standing up there and shouting, the Earth's flat, and when somebody gives you something, not being able to give an adequate rebuttal, I don't know. Who's that? Who's retweeted? That's freaky, that.
Yeah, no, Chris.
It's not Rob coming in. Evening, Rob.
Professional as ever.
He's muted.
One thing is fine, but then act on it.
Oh, stop it, Rob.
Hey Josh, I can't hear you in the live YouTube channel. I can hear everyone else but you.
Ah. Are you muted on the Hangout?
Uh-oh. That is weird.
Oh, stop it.
Well,
Yeah,
excuse
they're
us,
asking
that's
you.
weird.
They're asking you questions, and then there's just a long pause of nothing.
Interesting.
And it's just Josh, is it?
Yep, that's
You
it.
can hear everybody else fine?
Yep, everyone else is good.
Hang on a second, everybody. Hang on.
Have you got YouTube running in the background, Rob?
Yes.
Can you mute?
Oh. That's what I was saying to you at when you first went on. You must have been doing your intro because all I could hear was scratching. I couldn't hear anything at all. Remember in the chat I was saying that I couldn't hear anything.
Oh, what? So
that's why it must have been just you talking and introducing, and I couldn't hear a thing.
So the quote he read
guys.
out didn't go out. Hey, James.
Hello. Just made it.
We're having technical
Hey, James, how you
difficulties.
doing, brother? Yeah, as always.
What are you having? Oh. Oh.
Fun. Not on the show, I guess, seems to be the case. I hear you fine here in my ears, but
Yeah, I can hear.
What the?
Have they confirmed recently, Rob?
I'm just all I'm going off is all the long pauses, and I haven't heard Josh once. I've been listening to you from the start. I haven't heard Josh once.
right. And I don't have it up on the computer because it makes the echo. I don't have it turned up. I just have the show going on in my ear, so I can't check. Here, let me mute this and see what's going on.
In the chat earlier.
Anyway, how's everyone going today?
Good, Rob. You?
Yeah, we've got a cyclone just off the coast of me at the moment. They've predicted it to cross the coast probably Monday or Tuesday as a Category 3 or Category 4. But I've got my grave doubts on their predictions. And here's my I got a new theory.
Yeah.
You ready?
Go on then.
This cyclone has been tracking down the coast now for a couple of days. Now the Weather Bureau says it's going to track south and then all of a sudden do a westerly track straight into the coast. Now they've been moving that the whole time. Now, what everyone does when they think that the cyclone's going to hit them, they rush into Coles and Woolworths,
Clean it out.
and start buying up the whole shop. So it started a couple of 100 k's north of me. Now it's on us, and it still hasn't turned. It's still heading south, but it's going to track. You know what I'm saying?
What are you saying, Rob? What are you saying?
I'm saying that it's a bit of fear mongering, but yeah, Woolies and Coles they're cleaning up, and all the fuel shops are cleaning up.
Oh yeah, they do the same over here by announcing it's going to be the coldest winter ever, and all this. There's going to be 3 feet of snow landing on Monday night, and then afterwards it says, weather sponsored by so and so snow chains and shit like this, and it's like 3 foot in one crevice in the very tip of North Scotland, where the rest of the country is balmy as hell. Can you tell me if that's a high pressure system or a low pressure system, Rob?
No, it's low. It's always low. The cyclones are low pressure systems. Yeah, they turn clockwise.
Okay, just
Yep.
checking.
Yep. That's how they work. So if they
Well,
I
of course,
get all the wind and rain I get if it lands north of me, because it pushes the rain or the moist air off the ocean straight on top of you. So it only has to go 100 k's south of you, and you'll hardly get anything.
because I'm looking at it now
Mm.
on the Earth Null website or whatever, and that's not always the case, though, is it? That lows always go clockwise, because if you looked on the net, if you looked up Coriolis effect, say 5 years ago, it would have said all weather systems turn clockwise in the north and all weather systems turn anti-clockwise in the south, as far as I remember, although I've got references that show them saying the complete opposite. One's Live Science and the other one's, I think, Business Insider or something. But now they're saying, okay, low pressure in the north goes anti-clockwise, low pressure in the south goes clockwise, and high pressure in the south goes anti-clockwise, and high pressure in the north goes clockwise. So it's got a lot more complicated in the last, I'd say, 2 years. Just as 2 years ago, or actually a year ago, if you'd looked up on Google what's Earth's curvature, how do I calculate Earth's curvature, it would have said 8 inches per mile, full stop. But now it says 8 inches per mile, and then at the very bottom it says that you've got to square the miles after that. Now that wasn't there a year ago, and that's caused innumerable amounts of confusion out there. Endless tweet battles.
I know they can predict very, very well, because when I was a kid, they had no chance. You had no chance of knowing what a cyclone was going to do. But as technology's got on, they've got better and better and better. I remember a few years ago they tracked a cyclone, and it like moved, say, 400 or 500 kilometers up the coast, and then turned in exactly the way that they predicted it was going to. Suddenly, in the last 2 or 3 years, they haven't got a clue. It's like they're back to what I was when I was a kid.
Interesting. Weather wars,
having
maybe?
No idea of what. Yeah. So this one's been tracking, and they've been saying it's going to be turning in the whole time, but it just hasn't turned in yet. But as it creeps down the coast, everyone seems to be in the firing line. So they go into Coles and Woolies and they buy up the shop. It's all a mad rush to buy all the water that's in the shops as well. You can't buy any water or bread in the shops at the moment because So no, it's just an observation I've made in the last couple of days. Now that I've got my awake eyes, I guess, if you want to call it that. You see things differently, don't you?
All the more reason to be prepared, Rob.
Yeah, no. I've got everything. Got even my generators ready, because we got hit by a Category 5 about 6 years ago. We lost power for at least a week, and it was a mess here. So I'm just hoping that doesn't happen again, because that Category 5 actually hit 200 kilometers north of us, yet we were having still Category 3 winds where I am. And the cleanup took weeks and weeks and weeks just to clean my yard up, because I've got a big yard. Everyone, got acreage, so around with a chainsaw and clean there. So bit of damage to the house, nothing major, but if a Category 3 or Category 4 was to go over the top like they're saying at the moment for me, then you'd sustain pretty significant damage, I'd say. So hopefully that won't happen.
Yeah, let's hope.
Yeah, no, it's not good. It's not a good feeling, because the winds just get stronger and stronger and stronger. It's like it's quite amazing, You're in a thunderstorm, and it comes on and comes off pretty quickly, but these things last hours. And that one that hit It was called Cyclone Yassi. It hit and it lasted 12 hours.
Wow.
I spent 4 hours. I spent 4 hours standing on a chair holding a part of my roof down because if that part of my roof peeled up, then the rest of the roof sort of So I wrapped a towel around my hand and held onto the sheet and just held it down. I didn't think I'd be sitting there for 4 hours holding it down. But that's just how it turned out. And if I had to let go, that goes. The rain comes in the house, and it's way worse. So I'm glad I did it. But
Rob,
it was hard.
You said something earlier about the way the rains come in and the sun. You just elaborate on that again,
What was that again? Sorry, Adam.
You alluded to something about the sun and how it's bringing the rain in.
The sun?
Sorry, you were saying about I might have misheard, but you were saying about...
No, I didn't know.
No, sorry.
Apparently Walt was saying it.
Well, yeah, maybe Walt.
Which was...
I believe that the sun has got a lot to do with the way that they spin and stuff like that. Yeah, I do, but I wouldn't go out of my way to try to explain to anybody how it all works. But no, I do think that the sun and the moon have got something to do with how our weather patterns work. Yeah, for sure.
Well, I've definitely seen things that tend to point to that. I've watched, and it's not a daily occurrence because I had somebody go, I never see that. I'm like, well, look up at the sky a lot more because I pretty much stay with my head in the clouds looking up. If you watch long enough, you're going to notice a day where even though clouds are going to be blown away from wherever the sun is in the sky, the opposite direction, as they're blowing away from it, there are trails of clouds being broken off and streaming towards the sun. It's almost as if the sun is attracting those vapors. That night, the exact opposite occurrence is happening. The moon is pushing clouds away into a ring. And this isn't a halo, it's not a moonbow. You can watch clouds move through into this circle area and dissipate and become part of this ring of clouds that are being pushed away from the moon. So there's a positive and negative effect that's obvious just by looking there. And then historically, if you look at yin yang, put that over the flat earth map, it pretty much shows the positive and negative effect of the sun and the moon. Now, they're not always on the opposite sides of the plane or of the opposite sides of the system. I don't think it's that kind of positive and negative thing. I think it's just the charges are positive and negative.
Yeah.
It definitely seems to affect it.
Adam.
Wow. Cool stuff, Walt.
This is related, but how do you know?
Thanks, man.
How heat flows? Is it heat flows to cold or cold flows to heat?
Well, no. Everything tries to reach equilibrium.
Nah, but there's a saying. Anyone else know it? You know, something cold always flows to heat, or heat always flows to cold. Brian Mullen said it described it.
Well, heat will dissipate energy. Heat is energy. So therefore, everything wants to seek its lowest energy state. So it will try to pass off energy to other things that can accept it to achieve a lower energy state, won't it? So that's why heat dissipates through things as it tries to achieve a lower state. And the easiest way is to give some of that energy to something else.
I mean, the reason I'm asking is, you know, something that Walt was saying is that, you know, he could see that some clouds or whatever are attracted to the sun and some clouds and things are dispersed by the moon. And I'm just wondering if it's because of the moon being cold and the sun being hot. I mean, obviously that's what creates our weather systems, is two giant objects rotating around over the top of the flat earth at 1,000 miles an hour each, roughly, dissipating cold, one of them, and dissipating heat, the other one. So yin yang is exactly right, night and day is exactly right. That in itself is enough to cause the weather patterns. It's just like drawing an oar through the side of your, you know, through the water at the side of your canoe and creating the eddies that are follow the ore.
I think
Does that make sense, Walt?
Exactly. Perfectly.
Just wondering.
I think the default.
I would put it that with the sun, you're adding energy, which is adding energy to the water molecules, which is why you see the clouds dissipate, because they are evaporating further and attaining a higher energy state from what they're receiving from the sun. And if we, with moonlight being cold, what you're seeing there is actually energy being, or coldness being added, which is the interesting point when you raise when we talk about moonlight. But if you think about coldness being added, which is not a correct term in my head, but what you're actually doing is cooling it down, then you're starting to see cloud formation because you're getting condensation.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I agree.
that would,
there is a sort of physics axiom though that cold always goes to heat, or heat always goes to cold. I can't remember what it is, but someone may be able to stick that in the comments or
Well, it
chat or whatever.
seems to me, just looking at what we're looking at, that in the model that we're playing with, the North Pole is cold and the outer ice wall is cold. And by that, I say just ice wall. I'm not talking about a ring edge plate in space. It's just an ice wall we've seen in pictures. We've seen it in maps. We've seen it in ancient maps. The default setting of the plane seems to be cold. The only place it's warm is the sun travels across the equator as it travels above us, and you can like pull up that Earth null school, whatever it is, Earth.null school. I'll have to find it, but you can put it into the A&E, the AE projection, and as you see the path the sun leaves across the equator and the oceans, it's just like you say, John, that's like a boat passing through the water, and it would just leave eddies in both the atmosphere and the oceans, literally. If it's magnetic, if it's heat, if it's,
all
and
sorts,
definitely would affect
all sorts.
winds and storms and all of that. I'll see if I can find the exact address and give it to you, Josh, so you can show that on the screen here. 1 second.
I got it here, but I don't know where to put it.
Well, it's just, if I can get the actual, it's earth.nullschool.net.
Yeah, I've got it open. I've been watching that typhoon or whatever in Australia. But something I'll clarify from my point of view. I don't know there is an ice wall because I haven't seen it, and I don't accept photos or videos or any of that crap, because it's just too easy to manipulate these days. So I'm not at a stage. No, well, I mean, other people can. Some people have been there. Who knows? But personally, I haven't, so I can't say. But you're absolutely right. If you look at these maps or whatever, if you bring up that null, do you know the one we're talking about, Josh? I'm sure you've got a bookmark straight to it. The null Earth. Have we lost Josh?
We may have. Oh, there he is.
Maybe someone in chat can confirm if they can hear Josh now.
You're right.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, when you change that Earth map to the AE map and you change it to temperatures, there is a clear. I mean, it's concentric circles basically. And
that's really what I was saying. I'm like you about the ice wall. I was just trying to hurry up and get that out all in one.
Well, I just didn't want other people sort of in the comments saying, well, you can't say that, and you'll take this photo but you won't take that photo, and blah blah blah.
Exactly. That's exactly correct.
You've got to be quite concise. It's like
let's
Twitter,
just say with the
maps
we're given, then with the maps we've been given showing such a wall that implies it's there, allegedly, sir,
and the photos and the video and everything. It's all evidence. It's all evidence.
Oh. The only thing I would say, guys, is why is there a requirement for a pond edge? What's wrong with there being, say, on the side of Hawaii side, just down that way, it's been a huge open mass that opens up to, I don't know, an iron realm.
Could be, yes, sir. The realm.
Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have to necessarily be this hidden secret pathway of all ice. There could be. the point is, more importantly, nobody really knows.
We don't
There's no
know Jack.
evidence
That's
either
what
way.
I'm saying. It's true. We really don't know Jack, and unfortunately, a lot of people do, and we're just learning it now and trying to.
You're really
off.
muffled, James.
We're trying to live off the scraps.
There he is.
Nobody knows Jack. We're actually living off scraps. Unfortunately, there's people that have had money and time, and they've done it, and they know what it is, but we don't, and we have to do it from scratch. Although very exciting, very non confirmational at this moment, which really irritates a lot of people because they, there should be definites, right? But I like it. I mean, I can't confirm the ice wall either. I don't think many people can at this point. So
there's not a great deal we can confirm. I mean, none of the maps are. We can't confirm a map. Put it that way. Not without a lifetime of dedication and funding.
You can confirm a map as much as you can confirm a planet that's 7 billion light years away.
Well, I mean, several people around the world can start to confirm it if they trust each other and that, but then that's only confirmed to them. And even then, only that portion that they confirmed is confirmed to them. So, I mean, it's you can do high altitude balloons. All of this stuff I envisage is going to come unless the walls of NASA or whatever, or the USGS are torn down. That map, the most accurate map of Earth, which is clearly a flat Earth map, is made available to the public, and the data set behind it is made available too. Then I think we would be getting somewhere. That's a must for anyone who wants a map. But beyond what's beyond the south, this ice wall, so to speak, is anyone's guess. Who the hell knows unless you've been there? Could be 100 miles, could be 1,000 miles, could be, you may be able to see the other pond a couple of 1,000 miles away. Who knows?
It's the perfect place to keep people away, though, too. I mean, you'd almost think it was a border because it gets consistently colder and less habitable and less, agreeable with natural man.
I think there's a couple of things you can prove. You can prove that there is no spin,
Mm-hmm.
and you can prove there is no curve.
Yep.
And scientifically, that unfortunately isn't being accepted. But they're the two proofs that are demonstrable with science that are being ignored. But they are proofs, and they're the starting point for me.
Mm-hmm.
To try and prove anything as a whole theory is
well, they're the bedrock, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a false attack. It's a method that people use. If you can't have a whole, fully theorized argument with no holes in it, then it can't be true, which is lovely if you apply the same logic to the ball. But
exactly, and if you apply it to the ball, then they can't show the two true axioms that we're asking for, which is the spin or the curve. And they'll scream and shout and say they can, but further than Wikipedia investigation reveals they can't, and they've repeatedly failed. And to the contrary, it's been proved otherwise several times, numerous times. Mickelson, Morley, Sagnac, Mickelson, Gale, who else? Airy, me.
John Savage, yeah, I was going to say, Dr. Zach, there are many, an obvious falsified experiment with Dr. Stephen Hawkins or Professor Stephen Hawkins, where you, and a WWE star, these.
Hey, don't knock WWE stuff.
There's nothing right. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying you've got to get the right one.
I'm just saying because Eddie Bravo did a absolute blinder this week, as far as I'm concerned, and had Eric Dubay on and others that he didn't even realise were even thinking about flat Earth. And I don't know if anyone's listened to the 4 hours of it.
Not the whole 4 hours. I started in and couldn't make it the whole thing, but it was brilliant.
I can recommend the whole thing. You get
I
past
figured it had to be great.
You see, even Eddie Bravo has technical difficulties. Half the start of his show, you couldn't hear Eric, and Eric dropped out about 8 times, I think. But then they were running video. It was just like, no, turn the bloody video off. He's coming over Wi-Fi from Thailand or whatever, and
right.
it was cutting off. But no, I recommend anyone get past all of that and listen to Eddie Bravo's after show. That was after he went on Alex Jones and dropped the F-bomb there as well.
Right.
Anyone got any comments on those shenanigans?
Well, I for one think Eddie's the man. I saw him sitting at the table at the InfoWars dinner or whatever talking about it, but I didn't. And then I saw him on the show with the 2 idiots that were just trying to convince him that he was an idiot, and he was just, he handled it well, I think. And I'm really kind of, I was a fan way back of Rogan as a comedian. Then he started into the whole MMA and the Fear Factor stuff, and I kind of got away from him. And then suddenly he was doing the podcast thing, and then I'm starting to keep up with people that were talking about anything anti-NASA. And he used to be so anti-moon landing. He was just convinced it was a hoax. He talked about it on his show. He and Eddie talked about it back and forth on his show until he started to get he was about to get his new Question Everything show or whatever he did. And Tyson was going to be on his show, Neil Tyson. And on that show, he was like, oh, I must have been a retard to think the moon landing was fake. And Eddie, in front of Neil Tyson, says, man, you're a sellout. You used to say the moon landings were fake. So I was like, go ahead, Eddie, you're badass. He's got my respect for damn sure.
Big up.
I'm just going to drop a link, Josh, into the panel room for the Null Earth thing.
I did a playback and Josh still can't be heard.
Okay. Oh well.
Uh-oh. Well, that's not good.
Maybe he can present that.
Stuff, and we'll just translate for you.
Yes. It'll be like the Brazilian translator gets in the ring after a match.
Right.
Guy gets the crap beaten out of him. We had an amazing fight. We won the belt.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Did that.
Yes, yes.
So,
I'm your huckleberry.
So
what else haven't we seen? What else can't we prove?
I was a little late today. Did you guys already do the current news about Shaq and the rest of the little videos that have come out this week?
Excellent.
We've hit on it
segue,
here
mate.
and there.
No.
You definitely go right ahead with it, sir.
Okay.
No, we weren't live.
Right.
We were having a chat about it, but yeah, well done. Bring it up.
Okay, so we got a couple of stories this week that are kind of good to talk about. So Shaq, big surprise, low-level Mason Shaq, has pulled his statement, and he's come back on his podcast and said, "I was just joking, you idiots. Like, obviously, I'm kidding." Thoughts?
My first thought was what I said before the retraction, which was, that's crap. What a ridiculous proof to use. And it's proved out to be so. It was the sign of it being fake that you use as your evidence something.
I thought him coming out sounded a bit stupid, and then him retracting it sounded even more stupid. The whole thing sounded stupid. If you know what I mean? It was just.
There's a collusion in play here. They're doing these little things, it appears, to just discredit it over time. You know, we've seen a number of entertainers, basketball people, different celebrities over the basically 2-year spotlight of it all, and a lot of it points to some kind of lowbrow, highbrow type subversion, or labeling, basically.
The thing with the retraction was, a retraction is a statement which should explain or correct any misunderstanding in a previous error. And fine to say I was joking is fine, but then you then have to qualify that statement, and to qualify it with 80% of the time I'm joking is not a sufficient qualification to mislead the media and people like that for such an amount of time. It isn't plausible, the explanation he gives with as to why he's retracting, in my opinion. The two don't marry up.
Anybody else? There's a little theory to it. Also, I'll just say before I leave it is that the higher up Masons were like kind of saying like, you know what, just pull it back or retract it or something like that. I don't buy that.
But do you think it's a bad idea that he's come out in the first place and he said his statement? A lot of people would have gone in there and gone, wow, I'm going to keep looking at this. So it's not a bad thing for us anyway, is it? Because if 100,000 people click on a video and have a look at a couple of videos, if a few of them start to question, then that's a good thing for us.
I think
agree. On one side of the coin, I agree. Yeah.
I think any advertising is, or any publicity is good publicity in this sense. What I would say about this is that this is why Flat Earth is so cool, is because it doesn't need gurus or leaders or anything. I couldn't give a monkeys, because I know I can go out there and prove it's bloody flat and stationary, and they can't prove it's round, curved, or spinning. So that's game over as far as I'm concerned. I don't need a guru or anything. It's nice to have people around that are on the same page, and we can talk to, and some people that get decent, really good content out there and spread the word. That's brilliant. But if Eric DeBay was to turn around and go, fuck, I got it wrong, it's actually a ball, I'd just go, I'd just think, well, you haven't done your research, mate. Which is a bit silly with Eric.
So now he's come out and he's brought a lot more people in. So I'm happy he's done that. I don't really care if he's retracted it, because good on him. I don't really care. It's flat.
Do we know if Kyrie is as openly Masonic?
There's been some pictures and some speculations, but I mean, yeah, that's true.
But that doesn't make a Mason, does it? I mean, you've got pictures of Shaq, with his Mason ring on and standing. Hasn't he got
apron
with his apron on?
He looks so uncomfortable, though. It doesn't even look like he knows what the hell is going on. But
surely, if there were the same sort of pictures of Kyrie, they'd have been out by now. Do we not think this guy may be just a counter to Kyrie? And I don't know.
I was going to say, John, you don't think it's something as stupid as some Masons getting together and going, you know what we need? We need a counter strike. Let's get another basketball player we control to come out, stay flat, and then come out and go, oh, no, not really, I'm just joking. That'd be stupid, wouldn't it? To kind of
you're talking, Adam.
Kyrie Irving. Do you know what I mean? It does seem a very weak play, but do you know what I mean? It seems more plausible than a grown man coming out and making that statement, knowing the impact it would have, and then going, I joke 80% of the time.
Here, and I mean this with no disrespect to Adam, great point. I love what you're saying, by the way. But typically, and I don't mean this disrespectful, people around the world think Shaq isn't probably the smartest guy. Like, he's been known over the years to be not the brightest bulb in the shed. So for him to come out and then retract, I think it sends a certain message to different targeted segments of our population. And And I kind of think that, yeah, well, I don't know. I'll just leave it at that.
Sorry to break your concentration.
Yeah, that's
No.
a cracker, isn't it?
I think it's interesting they picked the same demographic to come out and repeat the story in terms of a black basketball star. I think that's interesting. Use of repetition and the way your mind would just, maybe in a lot of people's minds, it's a bit Darren Brown, isn't it? If you bury news and all you've got is a black basketball star, and then you come out with a even more famous black basketball star, your subconscious will just remember the name Shaquille O'Neal, and then maybe all you remember is him coming out and going, "No, I was being stupid." So maybe in part of that subliminal programming that goes off in the media, that's a counter strike in that way. I don't know.
I think you're very smart.
No, in a subliminal programming, in a Darren Brownie type subliminal just as the way when there was 9/11, there was trucks driving
Awesome,
around,
yes, sir.
planes flying into the Twin Towers that painted on the side of the truck. You know,
I'm a big
I
Darren
remember
Brown
that being
fan.
reported.
That Darren Brown fan.
Yeah, and that's what I'm suggesting, that if you're not into flat Earth and all you do is hear in your subconscious certain bits of media stuff, subconsciously you've heard black basketball star, flat Earth, and now all we're hearing is black basketball star. And if that's all you've heard of flat Earth, and there were billions of people like that, you know, that's not.
And on top of that, they can control which segment. So I hate to break it down again, but they can control which media outlet delivers what type of message to what segment. So
well, then the subconscious buries it with the cognitive dissonance, doesn't it? It just...
Absolutely. So the one group's getting fed one story and one spin. The certain demographic that appears to be heavy into flat Earth right now is getting a certain thing, but it's all a big play on many levels. I think it's a multi-Mason play that hits on two levels. It's a strike back, it's a collusion tactic, and it's just another repetition move.
All right. Well, should we move on?
So
Well, it was,
yeah. So go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's definitely been bandied about here this last week in the media. Jimmy Kimmel had just like I think it was last night, perhaps. Was it last night, James? I'm not sure. Last night.
Are you going where I think you're going?
Chappelle, yeah.
This is the other big news this week, yeah. Go for it.
And I'll let you go. Well, no, it's just Dave Chappelle was on there, and in the middle of talking about his new special, Jimmy said, I think he was referring to a party that he was at with some basketball players, and Jimmy asked him, did he hear the news about Kyrie Irving talking about flat Earth? And, of course, Dave Chappelle spun it in a very ridiculing way, a very comedic way, a very I don't understand it way, you know. So it...
Yep.
Again, it seems like more control, trying to make it look silly and goofy.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, basically, he did his stand-up show. LeBron was there, Kyrie and a bunch of people. And obviously, it was a setup that Jimmy asked. Obviously, it was a mocking setup, 100%. But Dave Chappelle, again, you brought up Joe Rogan. I was a huge Dave Chappelle fan, bro. Like, so into it, recreating the skits, laughing. He was great at a time. But what happened? He disappeared. He got spooked out by them, or they did something, and now he's come back. He's a totally different guy. So it doesn't surprise me that he's sitting there mocking it, saying, I don't get it. What's the point? You know, what's the point? What matter does it make? You know, like, these are the straw man arguments that you hear by, you know, the low level opposition. Those are the answers you get. Why? Who cares? Why would people hide it? What do you mean? Does it matter? Yeah, I thought the same thing. Extremely mocking, and I hate to say it, but another black person coming out and with the flat Earth, another entertainer or somebody in one avenue of power and following and spotlight.
So is there any way we can get Josh to put something up so it'll come up on YouTube?
Yes, there is.
Remember, you can't be heard. You still can't be heard on YouTube, Josh.
Well, I haven't been talking. So I think maybe now they could.
Yeah,
hear me.
I know. When you spoke before, I went back and listened to the YouTube live, and
Yeah, I
it was
heard.
just silence again.
Try now. I think problems are solved.
Here's a second link there that's got it overlaid with the AE map and the temperature. I'll just put that in the panel room. I don't know if you can put that up on the YouTube feed.
Right on. Just going on the last point with the current events, then John, before we pivot to the temperatures, it just seems like there's a lot in the news again. It's picking up momentum, whether it's good or bad, and they're trying to plan it or not. We know the truth, and it's just all good for us. Any exposure is good. There's quite a lot of it happening though lately, so interesting stuff. Hey.
It is, yeah, it is. It's difficult to know what the play is, you know.
They have to be
Difficult
even more vigilant to verify and test and think things through in a logical way.
I think we need to concentrate on the evidence. We need to concentrate on what we know and what we can test and everything, and ignore the personalities and the rivalries and the arguments and the marriages and divorces and all the other drama that we're addicted to now from a life of soaps. That we need to concentrate on the actual empirical evidence that proves the Earth's a stationary plane.
Hey, Josh, John, what you got up there with the weather patterns for the flat? Can you do that in a live version? What's going on right now, or is that
is live?
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, it's moving. It'll just take a minute to load.
Yeah, it's quite memory hungry. So
it was up there, but now it's just gone off and back onto.
Josh has probably exploded putting that one up there. We need someone else to present while.
No, so far so good. I think I'm just messing around doing it, but it's up.
Yeah, I saw it a minute ago. Yeah,
and you can see it moving.
Oh yeah,
it's got pretty good motion. I thought it'd be kind of refreshing, but it's not. It's almost real time.
Yeah, right. But we're not seeing it at the moment.
It's still not up. Huh? I don't know. Maybe you're laggy. I don't know.
I'm seeing it now.
Good. Yeah, it's back up now.
That's me. I'm lagging. Lagging behind Australia. I don't know.
And Rob, have you checked to see if I am heard through on YouTube yet?
Yeah, you're all good now, mate.
Yeah, I thought so. I just closed down and pop back in. Leave it to Google.
Cheers.
Thanks, Google.
I mean, if you look at that Earth Knoll thing and track one of the lines running around the very outside of it, those things are flying along. I mean, we're talking hundreds of miles an hour there. Can we see that? Like, they start, say if you timed it from the start of Africa, the left-hand side of Africa to the right-hand side, they're going across in like 8 seconds, 10 seconds, something like that.
What's this? Sorry, John.
The winds.
Oh, the
going
winds
around the outside of the. Oh bollocks! They've done it again. Look.
The winds on the track. The winds are on one track, they say, and the sun and moon are on another track.
Hold on.
It looks like you're looking at it. Yeah, you're looking at it upside down right now.
Yeah.
It's got Antarctica in the middle. Yeah.
Jaren, did anyone hear Jaren talking about this? That they've changed that. Now the default is Antarctica in the middle and not the North Pole.
You're kidding me.
To screw you over. No. I can't
imagine why they changed that. Because flat Earth is having no effect on anything.
No, it's losing steam. It's not gaining popularity. It's dying.
There's hardly any flat earthers out there. Eric Dubé's just clocked up 1.4 million views on his bloody 200 proofs. Yeah, no one's looking at this shit. No one at all.
Who was it earlier that said something? Because I wanted to say, I think it was you, John. Right? He did the presentation on the curvature math, and he went to a site as well. You know, that stupid site that always here's how you look over the bulge. The arrow goes up, and then there's, an A and B point.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he did a video, and they have changed that since 2015 or 16 as well. So those little
That's
lines
right.
go
It
straight
used
now.
to,
Yeah.
they used to be parallel, but now they're perpendicular to the ball. Yeah, it's
But nobody cares about
all these
flat
little
Earth.
things.
Nobody. No.
No,
It's your imagination. You tinfoil nutter. You.
it's just me, you, and the dog.
Yep.
Josh, just grab it like it's Google Earth and spin it completely around to the Arctic pole.
That's it. You
I
got
did
it,
already.
Josh.
I got it. Yeah.
That's it. Now
So,
imagine a
what's the
moon and a
reason?
sun going around the equator, near the equator, in this overlay here. I mean, it's what makes our air systems and our weather move. Well, that's exactly it, and you can trace it.
Yeah. Brilliant.
But what if the sun moves
That's a
farther
good
away
question.
or closer to the North Pole? Wouldn't that change the
Oh.
weather patterns? Wouldn't that make it almost
Wouldn't
seasonal?
that make it a bit chilly in in Chile?
You would think.
Cold in Canada.
So what? Josh, you're saying what the sun? If the sun moved on a circular path towards
Between
the North Pole a little bit more,
between the
then it
Tropic
might-
of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, maybe varying in height as it traveled around and back and forth and up and down. Sure.
that could possibly have some sort of effect on the weather, on the winds, on the seasons, maybe. Yeah.
A slight effect, I would think.
I would think. But what the hell do we know?
But it's obvious because
I
it's
concur.
spinning. I mean, there is no way you could get a breath of wind on a flat Earth with two enormous objects hurtling around above with all sorts of energies, like you said, magnetic, electric, radiation, and whatever the hell the moon does.
I just think I found something funny too, John. I'll just cut in and tell a funny story. Wouldn't it be hard to breathe if the winds and the atmosphere was moving that fast? How would we ever be able to get a breath?
Oh, because it's all moving with us, don't you know?
It's relative.
It's the Velcro atmosphere that all moves with us.
Thank you.
But then, if it's moving with you, how does if it's moving with the rotation, how does the rotation create any force?
Hey, don't look at me. I'm a baller.
I'm just a flat earther. What do I know?
I don't know.
But that is the point. If they're in stasis and gravity magically keeps it there so that there's no effect from the rotation, then the rotation can have no effect in terms of creating any form of effect, because the effect is negated.
Well, I think
unless
also,
of course it's only partially negated, just enough to keep it there.
I mean, I can understand something, say on a merry-go-round or whatever, and you're sitting on the merry-go-round and it doesn't feel like it's turning for some reason. I don't know, because it's really slow or whatever. I can understand us being connected to the planet and we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But if you jump up, yeah, you're going to bring momentum with you, but that momentum is going to exponentially tail off. So if you fired a cannon up in the air, as has been done so many times before, then yeah, initially that cannon is going to start off with the same forward momentum as the cannon it was fired from, i.e. the spin of the Earth. But the moment that cannon leaves the moment that cannonball leaves that cannon, it's going to lose energy in the form of momentum, and should, by all accounts, drop back down to the west of the initial cannon. But so many times, again and again, they've shot it up and it comes down within feet of the cannon. That just shouldn't happen. I understand that the things moving along with the
Like
planet.
the Red Bull drum.
like the Red Bull jump. He went up there,
Ridiculous.
what, how many, 3 hours? And he
Yeah.
landed east of where he took off from.
Yeah, not very far either.
I mean, how far does this column of air that sticks to the planet have to extend upwards?
And the column of air at 100,000 feet or wherever he jumped from is moving faster than the column of air on the Earth, isn't it?
It would be
on the Bohr model. I think I worked it out at 6 miles an hour for 20 miles up. I think I worked it out as 6 miles an hour difference, which isn't much, but it's still something to move you a certain way.
It puts a wrench in velocities at their absolute 9.8 seconds per meter or whatever that, is, right?
Yep. So there's got to be some sort of movement up there. There's got to be some sort of faster movement. The higher you go, the Velcro atmosphere must be moving faster as you get higher.
I mean, from this animation that we're looking at, and I'll take it, this is an animation, so I can't take this as for real. But if you look at the equator line there, and now we're told in the flat Earth model that, and we can see with our own eyes empirically every day, that the sun travels from the east to the west. So that's clockwise as we're looking at this diagram. And as you can see, all the little wind movements around the equator are all going clockwise. It's only as you go further out that they start doing what I was describing with the paddle in the stream by your canoe.
Countering.
And eddying and making eddies. So this is why...
as we hit cooler areas.
Well, I don't know whether it's cooler areas or... Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned now, the ether has been proven on several occasions. So, there is some sort of, I don't know what it's called. I don't know anything about it, but from last week's Globebusters, they were saying, that it had been tested again. They tested Mikkels and Morley again in 1986. 6, 7, something like that. And this was the US Air Force, I think it was. And it returned the same results, basically. The confirmation of the existence of ether and the stationary plane.
Well said. Look at
that. I'd put it simple. If you're constantly stirring something once every 24 hours, right, and you're also adding a secondary from the moon as well, and you're constantly doing that forever, nothing's ever going to settle, and you're always going to get random patterns like we see in weather. You're always going to get, and maybe that's why the weather is so predictable, because it is just a slow stirring, basically. So that's why it's so basically predictable, but you're always going to get random variations of small.
Well, for those people, that's interesting, Adam, because do you remember the weather forecaster that came on Alex Jones quite often, the UK mad professor, Piers Corbyn?
Oh yeah. Jeremy Corbyn's meteorological brother, isn't
it? Leader of the political party opposition in the UK's brother, who appeared on Alex Jones numerous occasions, and his methodology was to study the sun and to take historical measurements of the sun and be able to see that they had somehow he managed to look back at historical records of the sun and be able to predict long range to quite a high degree of accuracy, something like 85%, I think it was quoted at some point, months in advance what would be going on. And then if you couple that with understanding that if you studied the sun or had an almanac of the sun's movements and locations and all the rest of it, all the data from the sun for the last 19 years, and it's specifically 19 years, then you can yourself empirically predict eclipses until infinity, till the end of time, sort of thing. So you only needed 19 years of sun data. And what I'm trying to get a connection here too is that maybe that's what he's using. I've said this to him several times, that I'm convinced that he knows it's a flat Earth, and that he knows this 19-year sun cycle.
He's not going to come out and commit suicide, dude. That's what's holding a lot of these gatekeepers and scientists. They're wigging, man. They're wigging inside, but they're not going to come out and shoot themselves, because it's everything. Their whole career, their character, their life's repetition. They're so good. They've learned. Like I think it was Rob and I were having a talk, man. These guys, they learn the books so well, and they study the books so long for so many years that it becomes a part of their core. So when you bring something up, they know exactly what book to quote and what line to say. So to let go of that and come out and be like, okay, I really, it is not true. It's suicide, man.
Yeah,
you're not going to see it. Yeah,
I agree in the whole part. Piers Corbin's quite interesting, because he talks about chemtrails, quite adamantly, activist level, I'd say, if you read his Twitter feed, and if you understand that this guy is most likely going to be the Prime Minister's brother in the next few years. I can just see, or it would be interesting to imagine Jeremy Corbyn, we do have time for a meeting with Iron Realm Media.
do you know that I've never heard the name? It sounds so made up and phony. Piers, what is it? Piers Corgan?
Piers
Sounds like
Corbyn, Corbyn.
Is it Piers Morgan's like alter ego brother? Are they involved at
it's
all?
similar, isn't it? It is similar.
I think they can be as far apart ideologically, though, as you could probably get. But he's a
What
very
do you think
leftist.
about that, though, Adam?
I've seen he's a very cited exponent of non-global warming, isn't he? Or climate change,
global warming, big time. I think that's the reason Alex had him on, isn't it?
I think, and I speak in ignorance. I think the thing we were saying about the stirring effect, and what you were saying about a 19-year cycle. The only other thing I've heard about that is when Cammy Odell is talking about the sun and the moon also teeter-tottering, as she calls it, seesawing, as we would say. So along their circular or elliptical, I think as she believes, orbit also moves, through whatever angles. So it's sometimes it's higher or lower at the same point, and that might be the 19-year cycle. And I suppose if that's capable as well, you can figure out how much extra energy is going in and what that does, don't I suppose? So it would be a bit almanacy, or
it's an 18-year cycle, but you need the 19th year to confirm the first year, if you know what I mean.
I have no idea what you mean, but it sounds.
Well, it repeats itself every 18. It starts year 1 and the cycle finishes year 18, but it's not until year 19 you realise that you've restarted year 1.
The natural opposing cycle, whether it's bioelectric or whatever we thought, it has its own cycle, which is akin to a slow stirring in a pot that repeats itself. Is that what you're saying? Sounds right.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna have to go look it up and be able to explain it more. I thought people knew about this sort of thing. Not sure how else to explain it. It's if you had if you we're looking at a cycle of Mars or something, or monitoring Mars every day for 18 years. And after 18 years of data gathering, you got to the 19th year and started gathering your data, and then realized it was the exact same as the first year that you started gathering data. And then you got to the 20th year and it was exactly the same as the second year you started gathering data.
Yeah.
So
Excellent.
it's an 18-year cycle.
Excellent point, but horrible example choice. Mars doesn't even exist as we think, probably. So,
well, it's a light and it's predictable. You could map its path. It retrogrades. It's it's as predictable as anything else in the clockwork of Celestron.
wow, it actually is. You can like count it on it.
Yeah, it gives a curly backward spring, doesn't it?
I think it's Galileo mapped all I think, what was it, the first 5 planets or the first 4?
He shot the cannon too, didn't he?
Probably, yeah. I don't know.
I don't know.
All these people are accredited with so many different things, aren't they? It's as though no one else in history ever existed.
They're just like extra titles on the name, like BA, PhD, BBSR. It's like, all right, your family, you're a Mason. Okay, we're going to make you the gravity guy. We're going to give you the freaking propulsion guy. You're going to be the teacher of the arts. You're going to be this guy. And
but it's like
just
Shakespeare,
hilarious.
isn't it? I mean, Shakespeare was something like he'd written everything he'd wrote by age 26 or something, and Alexander the Great did everything by the age of 25. Or it's just these extraordinary characters that they highlight in history that did everything. I mean, Galileo did everything. Leonardo da Vinci did everything, and Einstein did everything. But you never hear of the plethora of other people that these people nick their ideas from.
It's true. It's like I've said this before in the show. You never hear the backstories or the truth. You hear what they write. If you look into Albert Einstein, you find out he was a fraud that was propped up by the Jesuit order because they thought he fulfilled the 1,000-year prophecy of Lucifer's return. So that's why they propped him up. And if you dig into it a little more, you'll see that it was actually his wife who was quite a good mathematical mind. And he was nothing more than a set of numbers that really worked to a date. But when they saw that he was nothing of the sort of the Antichrist or the what they were expecting, they dropped him like a cold potato. Yeah, I think Tesla said it best about
Einstein,
him anyways.
wasn't it? Einstein's wife was responsible for most of his theories.
Is there an echo in here? I'm just kidding, buddy.
Oh, is that what you were talking about? Sorry.
Just said that, bro. Like literally 10 seconds ago.
I was getting ready to say, yeah, that's probably me.
Good ear, John.
I'll shut up now.
Oh, too good. But yes, you're both correct. It seemed to be that was at least the case that his wife seemed to have the brains of the operation. Yes.
He actually gave her the proceeds of his Nobel Prize, didn't he?
Well, it was hers.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, that was, sorry to interrupt, but that was my little point.
I think I interrupted.
Well, I mean, just this week I saw someone put up a video. I can't remember who it was. I apologize out there, whoever put it up, but it was a video about Bill Nye, the idiot guy, doing a stand-up comedy routine when he looked like he was about 17 or 18 years old. I mean, he's obviously an actor. He is not a scientist in any way, shape, or form. But people will, say, well, look, Bill Nye said this, that, and the other, as if he's actually a scientist. He's an actor. It's not even.
He was in a.
He's not even
Walt, he was in a show.
Scientist as Neil Tyson.
He was in an American show. He was in an American show that used to do little skits, and he did a skit of being the science guy, and it was a comedy routine, and I think they saw him do that, and then he's been typecast now as the science guy for ages, and then he just turned from that into a proper professor scientist.
He's
So
he's an
he's a
engineer,
dead set
as far
actor.
as I know.
He's a
Right.
dead. Yeah. Well, that's his Wikipedia profile, isn't it? An engineer.
I think, yeah, he's got an engineer.
Mr. Wizard was a better scientist.
Oh
than
my
Bill
God,
Nye.
I love that show, dude. You're the best, Mr.
Mr. Wizard rocked.
He was
He was the
amazing.
man.
Yep. Bravo,
Rob,
sir.
do you remember Johnny Ball?
I do not.
Oh, sorry, not Rob. Adam.
Yeah, I was going to say I will, mate. Obviously, yeah. Think of a number. Yeah. Well, no, but you see now there, I would suggest to you, John, is the difference. There was my values of science that I apply come from stuff like that. That was there was obviously presentation of the ball as scientific fact, but Johnny Ball was always approached, particularly to numbers. Do you know what I mean? I love Johnny Ball.
I mean, I don't remember it too closely. It was a long time ago, but I seem to remember he was all about doing experiments and you know.
It was about science, wasn't it? And an approach
Well,
to
right.
science.
Well, all those shows, I think, helped us all get, or at least it did myself. I mean, really, truly watching Mr. Wizard as a young child, before I was even in school. I was like 3 and 4 years old watching that, and I would go and grab the baking soda and the watercolor and the whatever he wanted us to go grab and mess up mom's kitchen and make a big mess in the bathroom. And I mean, I was the backyard scientist, you know, releasing balloons into the air, just whatever they wanted. I loved it. And that's, like you say, Adam, it taught you the scientific method that we have applied through this whole flat earth research we've been doing.
And of course, nowadays, what they call science is having all the kids run out to the playground holding a different size blown up ball and running off 250 meters away and saying, "You're the sun, and this is the moon, and this is the earth," and showing how far away they all are. And it's all just horseshit. Can't prove any of it.
Have you seen the picture of the paper mache Earths, and they're all shaped like pears hanging in the classroom?
No.
It's
the kids'
sad. I'll find it,
balloons,
put it
innit?
up.
They look
It's sad. Oh,
It's pretty funny.
they look like pears. It's pretty funny. Hang on, I'll find it.
It's sad. It's funny. It's good stuff.
Is it deliberately to look like pears? Is that officially what we're
No,
on
it's
now?
just-
Is Neil
it's just
deGrasse
kids in-
Tyson's
in-
pear?
They are pears. I mean, they're clearly pears, but it's kids when they blow up a balloon, cover it in paper mache, you let it dry, and then you paint it. Obviously, they're trying to make a globe, but it's just a room full of pears hanging there.
Or are they?
Stupid teacher grabbed the wrong balloons.
Yeah,
You can get round balloons, I'm sure.
Or
They
closer
didn't.
than that.
they got pear-shaped.
So we got any further on a distance from the North Pole to Libreville,
Right.
Gabon, or to Macapa in Brazil? This is our ongoing trying to...
Maybe a quick shout out to the chat. Could people just give us what they think the distance in a straight line is from the equator to the North Pole, wherever it is?
Yeah. Just
What is there?
anywhere on the equator to the North Pole. If anyone knows of what, maybe a shipping line or even a flight schedule or something, I don't know. But if anyone could tell us what the distance is, preferably in miles, to the equator, because we're sort of tied up, aren't we, as to whether it's 3959 or 6280 or something, was it?
I'm
4.5
happy. Yeah,
inches.
6'2".
6'2". Or what, Walt?
Yeah.
Our 4.5 inches. Like Gleason's,
that's another
remember, we still,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
still
yeah.
have not found a scale. I even went and looked in Gleason's book, and there's not a scale.
The scale is longitude and latitude. That's the scale, and nautical miles per minute, and then that's why the bottom scale's there, because it converts nautical miles into land miles. So the scale, the map scale, is embedded in the map, and the knowledge also within the book when he tells you how to convert the lines of.
Go read it again, dang it.
It's I'm trying to
Maybe
get.
it's not a discussion that we should have now, because I'm sure
Yeah, no,
maybe
that's
the
fine. We'll
listeners
figure it out.
don't have a clue what we're talking about. No, I'm talking about me and Adam, me bringing it up, basically. Maybe it's the wrong time to bring it up. because most people won't have a clue what we're talking about here or why we're doing this.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll figure it out for sure. Josh, I put that picture up if you want to throw it up on the screen. Everybody seems to be getting a laugh in the chat
It's
about it.
freaking hilarious.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Fired. You are not that guy anymore.
The Apprentice season finale. Oh no.
So there's a new show on Amazon called, crikey, I just forgot it. Oasis is the name of the show. If you guys get a chance, I don't think it's out on YouTube yet that I've seen. I looked for it last night. Amazon does, like every once in a while, they'll just do the first pilot episode of some possible upcoming TV shows, and depending on the reaction as to whether or not they release the rest of the episodes. But if you get a chance to watch just the intro, I highly recommend it. I don't want to give away any spoilers. Just go look for the intro to the Amazon original Oasis. It's pretty good stuff.
I'll give it a go.
Thanks, man. Definitely.
Awesome.
Didn't hear a word of that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's never important anyway. That said, I've had a picture of
and do something
pears on the screen for the last 5 minutes.
Say again, Josh?
So that being said, I've had pictures of the pears on the screen for the last 5 minutes.
I see the pears. I've seen them now. They're awesome. That's got to be a great. That's a mistake.
That is just the funniest thing.
Because those
if
are
I
big.
was a teacher, that's what I'd
Stupid
get
kids.
them to do.
Stupid kids didn't even have Antarctica on there.
I don't know. I can see one on the second one.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think you're right. I think right around in here. I think I do see one. Maybe on this one over here,
it's
too.
probably cotton wool or something like that.
Here and here.
It's a pinata.
Did anyone see?
Oh, yeah. Right there. There's Antarctica right by the desks. I see it.
I've got something to say. Let me find it.
I'm going to have to bugger off, guys. I got stuff to do today, so sorry.
All right.
Rob, take it easy, bro.
Glad you could join us, Rob.
Don't get blown away in the storm, please.
Yeah,
Be careful
please,
with
take
the
care.
weather. Yes, sir.
Well, that's what I got to do. I got to start prepping for that, for the just in case.
All right, well,
Absolutely, brother.
stay
Prayers
safe.
guys.
on your way.
Yep.
But stay in touch.
Bye.
Good luck, mate.
Love you, Rob. Be good.
Good luck, brother.
Ah, bugger, I can't find it. It was a driving across the South Pole, driving across Antarctica, open to tourists, 165 grand a piece, and they showed a route of it. Anyone see that? Anyone see that tweet?
So are the Shillingtons running that expedition?
I did not see that. Please.
Sounds like what Ben and your father Kevin run.
It's well, it's interesting. Yeah, there was a whole article about it. It was called something like the South Polar Circumnavigation or something that you've never heard of, and it's open to the public. It's got you know, you can click through the website and everything. It's happening next year. So because I was told, you know, you should go on this. Just shut up then. But 165 grand's a little bit limiting.
That's accessible to the everyman.
Right.
And it says it so far the takers have been what was it, merchant bankers or Swiss
Freemasons,
managers and things like that.
pedophiles, all the goodies, celebrities.
Ex-NBA stars.
Yep. Ex-politicians, business people, church members.
People that still hold tickets to the moon.
Yep.
Hey, I own a bit of the moon. Don't mock. I bought one of those certificates for an acre.
I hate to burst your bubble. You're going to get a piece of wood, a shriveled up piece of wood.
Oh, bugger. Polar crossing halted. Science program to take precedence.
What a shocker! What? They're not going to do it?
Here we go. Josh, can you go to?
Nope, can't do it.
Or do? You can't do it. No?
I'm joking. No, do it.
Not gonna do it. Not
You
gonna do
being
it.
serious or?
I can't.
Not gonna
Josh
do
is not ever serious.
On occasion, it happens sometimes.
it. It must be
Driving
an
to-
hour too.
Look up. Driving to the South Pole is coolest road trip you've never heard of. Or I can put the link in chat.
Give us the
Excuse me.
give us the picture. Give us the idea though. Set it up for us. What's the summary of it?
Well, I need to try and get it so you can see it first. Let me.
So it's actual driving footage.
Yeah, no,
Nice.
it's an expedition to drive to the South Pole and beyond to the other side.
Oh, are they using those jacked up trucks?
Yeah, the high end, Toyota Hiluxes they used
With
on
the-
Top Gear. Josh, I'll just put it in panel chat.
So they're like a little more expensive than Mr. Shillington's like Arctic bicycles that he had on his promo. These are like actual like jacked up rigs with huge tires and
Yeah,
chains.
this is for the oiks. They have numerous champagne toasts, and they have their own cook along with them, and have
champagne
specials.
wishes and celebrations. Remember that guy?
Nope.
The guy, Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous.
Oh, I wouldn't watch any of that shit.
Yeah. I thought you'd know it for sure because you're British.
Oh, I watched Coronation Street
Ah.
10 years ago.
Well, I think we're coming up on our at least 2-hour break, possibly. Is that correct, Josh?
I know we've rolled over 90 minutes.
Yeah, well,
The strange music that threw James off was our 1 hour mark.
Oh.
there you go. Well, we were roll. That's all good. I'd rather go with the roll than stop in the middle of it. So, but I think I could take a break for a moment anyway.
Oh, that.
I threw a few videos in the chat. Bring them.
Look at this thing.
Gotcha.
This thing is hilarious.
Oh, you're ahead of the game. Look at this guy.
That's it.
It's the coolest thing we've never seen.
But it's quite. If you read some of that, and
There
I
we
don't know,
go.
maybe take a break, read it, and come back with your silky smooth voice there, Josh, because yeah, it's quite interesting.
So yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna play a little video, heat up some coffee, and I think that should be
All
the
those
one.
watching and all those on chat, we're not going anywhere. Enjoy the music. We will be back momentarily. We thank you guys.
No, I'm here. For some reason, nothing ever wants to do what I want it to.
Dun, dun. This is the realm.
Yeah, let's try this. There, that looks a little better.
There we go.
We're up pretty high, our heads are almost in the clouds, and their feet are chained to the ground with their chains of misery. They've got a hold of me.
Good stuff. Well done, Walter. Another great video.
Outstanding.
Thank you guys. Love it. Love that song. I will let you know when I find out who it is. Still on that quest. The person I thought knew it did not know it, so we're going to find it.
Looking through the chat, there's a lot of...
But we call dibs.
Nice to see a bunch of people in there.
Yeah, big shout out to all of our supporters, all the regulars. Dee Dee, always great to see you here every week. And we look forward to connecting with new followers and new people each week. So thanks for being here and thanks for supporting us. We hope to grow bigger and
Where can
better.
everyone be found? Might as well go over that and do a little bit of self-publicity. You can find me at SwearyG on Twitter. James?
Oh, wasn't there something else? Can't we find you somewhere else, John?
Yeah, some kind of plane.
What?
Right. savageplane.wordpress.com.
Oh, yeah. That blog. Everyone should check out the savageplane.wordpress.com.
Definitely. It was awesome.
Outstanding work there. A lot of time and effort has put into many subjects. Make sure you check out the one on tobacco. It'll blow your mind.
Not just my time and effort, though. I mean, most of this week we've been trying to work out the distance between Gabon and Brasilia, and that's been a joint effort across numerous platforms, numerous people on Twitter. That's going to make its way into a blog post about how we can measure the height of the sun, the apparent sun, should I say.
Invisible quotes.
Just to cover my ass.
Apparent.
But yeah, thanks. So, James.
Yeah. I'm James. You can reach me at the FullArmor OG on Twitter. And you can check out my YouTube channel and subscribe and follow Iron Realm Media as well. Thanks for having me again, guys.
How could we not have you, sir?
Right, that's what I was wondering. Thanks for having you.
Yeah.
Thanks for helping make it happen. Thanks for being an integral part.
Right. Let's say helping us build it from the ground up. My goodness.
Sometimes you say something really dumb, and you hope the people that know you and have grown with you will let it slip, but they don't.
Well,
They
no,
never do.
you don't take yes.
I love you guys.
I was only going to comment and say how much I've enjoyed having you, James. It was really nice.
Yes, we love having you here all the time, James. All the time.
That was some good stuff last week, man. Wow, kudos to all of us again. If you guys missed it, our very own John is editing the that's kind of like a get to know us series. Me and Adam got quite nervous before it. It was quite entertaining for the week leading up to the interviews and stuff. But
Thanks for reminding me about that.
Oh yeah, I am doing that, aren't I?
I completely forgotten. We need a minutes of the Iron Realm meetups so that we know what the hell we committed ourselves to doing last week.
Because the show notes go over so well.
Yeah, that doesn't quite work, does it?
15 minutes later.
You got to use Keep or something. I'm trying to keep fucking Google out of my system, so I don't know. It's something.
John, let's keep the F words to flat, okay?
Did I not say flat?
I'm sure that's what you
Carry
meant.
on.
But anyways, what have we got? What were you guys planning on doing?
Adam, where can we
hour
find
3?
you? Adam, where can we find you?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, you can find me at Larchio Red. LARCHEORED.
That's on Twitter?
That's about it. Yeah, just the Twitter.
Walter?
And Walt?
I am on Twitter at Facebones777. And I have my little channel here on YouTube, Flat Earth Head, Prods. And we're all on the Iron Realm, at Iron Realm. Josh, where are you located, sir?
Who, me? I'm on Twitter at JRCorey77. I'm actually on that Fed book too. You can just find me there, Joshua Ryan Corey. I am on YouTube, though I don't do a whole lot on my own personal channels, but Joshua Corey, you'll see me. It's St. Louis Arch. That's where I am. That's about it. Other than that, you can find me here on Iron Realm Media on YouTube, or on IronRealmMedia.com, or on at Iron Realm Media on Twitter, or at Flat and Free on the Iron Realm on Facebook.
The reluctant promoters.
And our buddy that's no longer... Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just saying, we're the reluctant promoters.
Right. Our buddy who had to leave early, Rob. You can find Rob on Twitter at RobFreddy.
I think it's Rob_Freddy, is it?
Or is it Rob_Freddy? Thank you. As I said it, I realized I missed something there. Thanks, John.
I can't be certain, but...
Right. Now that embarrassing lot is done.
Yeah, we could work on speeding that lot up, can't we?
Yes, or we could skip it altogether next time, John.
Or somebody just do a little video that sums it up in 5 seconds.
Yep.
Playing in the background, so we don't even have to talk.
Nope.
Blinder.
Take us more, yeah.
Jobs are good. Yeah. Where's the IRM?
It's the growing pains, so. Well, we just had a cracker. Where were you?
So we need to finish out some of this news of the week. We had what? Shaq come in and come out of the flat Earth.
Right.
He came out of the closet, went back in.
Dave Chappelle.
We had Kyrie not back down, actually reaffirm himself.
Right. Kyrie standing strong.
Chappelle.
Second interview, wasn't it?
But there was another interview that was released this past week.
Yes, go sir.
On a podcast known as The Infinite Fringe, hosted by Billy Ray Valentine.
Oh, yes.
And Billy Ray Valentine is a WWE wrestling fan, and he has a website. I wish I knew off the top of my head what it was, but I'm lame that way.
It is. I have it here somewhere. We're going to write it down. Oh, my goodness. Too much stuff. Hang on. I'll find it.
And he's on Twitter as OB1 You Know Me. Is that right?
That is correct. That is, yeah, OB, number 1, U.
No. It's OB something, number 1. How do you spell OB? OB.
Oh, maybe it is OBE? E? Is it OBEE? 1?
OBE.
Wow.
1.
This is ridiculous.
You know me.
You know what? I'm going to have to cut in here. I don't know what you guys have been drinking or smoking tonight, but as stagehand Jimmy's going to step in and say we need to roll this production a little bit further. But basically...
Hey, thanks, producer Jimmy. Maybe you can round up a stagehand that can work with the prop master to maybe help out with the props ahead of time. That way, when the show's scheduled, we have everything we need. That way, we don't have just trying to scrap it all together at the last end.
I know I saw the best boy run by here just a second ago.
Do you know who is looking for work? Stagehand Al from Disney. He needs work. We could probably get him.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Yep.
Wow, that was awesome.
But
you want to hear my British accent now?
Billy Ray Valentine is also on YouTube. The Infinite Fringe podcast is also on YouTube. The Infinite Fringe is found on YouTube. That's the name of the channel. But Infinite Fringe on Podbean, if you want to catch out his podcast, comes out every Sunday. Just check out Podbean. Search for The Infinite Fringe. You'll find him there. So if you go to the YouTube, there's actually video of the interview, but I suggest going and listening to the audio of the interview so you don't have to look at my ugly mug at all. That being said...
What was the title of the video that he put out of the interview? That would be the easiest way for someone to search it on YouTube and go straight to it.
Well, they're probably going to come up with a lot of Eric Dubé stuff. I believe the name of the video is called The Flat Earth Conspiracy. Is it, at least the first part of it. There's more to it. There you go. The Flat Earth Conspiracy.
It's the Flat Earth Conspiracy, ! with Iron Realm Media.
You'd think
There you
somebody
go.
would.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's Billy Ray Valentine. This is the Infinite Fringe, and I
That's Billy Ray.
He's turned up. Nice. How you doing, Billy?
know how everybody's been hitting me up, asking me about the flat Earth, right? So I moved a ton of rocks. I did everything I had to do to get somebody to help me out with the flat Earth, because quite frankly, I am not the person to bring you the message, at least not yet. But maybe after this discussion, I'll be well versed and I'll be able to do this. I got my boys Josh and Walt from Iron Realm Media joining me today. And I want to welcome you guys to the Infinite Fringe. Thank you for coming on and schooling us about the flat Earth. Now, you guys do the flat Earth 24/7, huh? This is what you guys do.
Yeah, pretty well, and then some.
Pretty much.
Yeah, all right, so a couple things before we get started into the meat of
So that's it. It's a 50-minute interview, 47-minute interview. I recommend checking it out on Podbean.
It's brilliant.
Thanks,
Sorry, Josh. Say it again.
I was gonna say I recommend checking it out on Podbean.
We got to put a link into the show notes for that, surely.
You know what? I think we do. If we don't already, I
Have
can
you
get
mirrored
one
it
in there.
to your channel yet?
No.
Because then people would just come to Iron Realm and get straight to it. But that's brilliant, mate. That's
We also plan on having Billy Ray on as a guest. He definitely would say would come on sometime. So
have you guys seen? I wish Rob was still here. Have you guys heard anything about the London attack? That a lot of people are saying that was another false flag.
I think there's a
Looks
lot
that
of
way to me.
questions.
Yeah, on 322, right? The old skull and bones. It almost seems so obvious when you know something. Hey, it seems so hard to believe that people still go for it.
I just feel sorry for ISIS. I do. I feel really sorry for them. They're just shit at doing anything. I mean, if you're going to attack the gates of the Houses of Parliament, you know, I know they do lots of meticulous planning and 7 to 10 people have been arrested. But at what point of the plan did you think ram the car into a concrete bollard and then run 150 yards was a good plan? I'm not sure. That's my biggest question.
We're seeing
it's
silly.
a bit like the Paris attack, isn't it? Where we're gonna blow up at a football ground, but shit, I forgot time what kickoff was, and I'll just do it. Fuck it, I'll blow myself up in the car park on my own because I have no idea how long this could go on in the stadium for.
That's a big fail, man. That's an epic fail.
I mean, rather than actually driving the car full pelt into the gates of Downing Street and then getting out and maybe stabbing someone. Yeah.
The other thing is, the coppers
a
on
bunch of innocent people.
Plus,
and then
we're
jump
seeing
out.
repetition again here. I think it's just these dumb car truck attacks and then these silly knife attacks. If Rob was here, he'd say too. You'd see these a rise in these absolutely bonkers like knife axe kind of attacks that are just really repetitive, but maybe not nonsensical.
Did anyone know that there's currently a campaign by UK chefs to say that rounded-ended knives are the way forward, and that's what we need. We need to ban kitchen knives now. Has anyone seen that?
You can't hurt anybody with a really sharp, rounded knife.
They did it, huh? I can't believe they
They're
would actually
talking
try
about
it.
Wow. Mind
There's
blown.
a campaign by with the top chefs of the paparazzi chefs in the UK.
Who's supporting it? The gobbledygooks for the elites? Their chefs, probably.
Yeah, there was Jamie Oliver's and there's a few others.
Yeah. The thing about the knives, John, is it adds real genuine concern, because certainly for the policemen on my estate, because they all wear the same as they walk around the estate, so it must be no good, these stab-proof vests. So that's worrying as well in itself, that it wasn't a
well, and on top of that, there'll be the general installation in your brain that you can't let the general public drive.
That's what I was getting at, John. We've talked about that. They're ramping up to that. That's why it's
Well,
with the
it starts
repetition.
in London. I mean, now you can't drive in London if you've got a car that's over 10 years old and this, that, and the other. You know, they're slowly.
Wait till they roll out how
mushrooming.
hard it is to get a license for a big truck. They're gonna they're gonna make it so hard to get a commercial license for like a big, like powerful truck.
Well, over here, I mean, a license for an HGV license or whatever it's going to set you back about $5,000, and then on top of that, you have to do additional exams every year, and they get more and more, and you know you have to prove more and more, and it just gets more and more regulation and bureaucracy and red tape. That you know, lorry driver used to be a very lucrative, easy job to get into. You know, with huge responsibility and everything.
That job will be obsolete. It'll be obsolete soon. It'll be done by robots, or it'll be on the track like the old streetcars. They're going to eliminate that.
It's the famous plumbers. You know, plumbers these days, you need to. This is why they earn. This is why they're charging you 60 quid an hour, because they again have to get re-evaluated and re-qualified every year on heating this, or else they can't say that they're
it's a big squeeze. It's a big squeeze here too. It's a big money maker in Alberta, man. You got to get your tickets every year. You got to get 18 different tickets. But Walt knows, working in the old patch, you got to get your H2S, your WCB, your freaking confined space. Like every year, you got to pay like $2,000, literally, just to work.
As a household owner or whatever, you can sign up to a policy of £20 a month, and then we'll get an accredited heating engineer or you know, bog flusher or whatever to you gratis. You know, it's like the RAC or the AA breakdown cover in your cars. It's making you dependent on insurance and not actually being able to help yourselves. And they're completely pricing other people out of the market. So, yeah, I don't know what that's got to do with Flat Earth, but there you go.
Everything has to do with Flat Earth.
Yeah, it truly does.
Because everyone lives on a flat Earth.
It weren't that road, because it was straight.
Well, it all ties back
They
into
veered off
Agenda
pretty
21.
sharp.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just being sarcastic anyway, mate. So
Carry on, Walt.
No, I was just saying, if anyone hasn't done the research on Agenda 21, someone in the chat mentioned it. That's one of their parts of it. Make cars. That's why all the big scare of global warming
now, isn't it?
Right.
But yeah, it's to move people into big cities and to basically make the countryside illegal to enter unless you've got the right chip in your arm or whatever.
It'll soon be sadly like
sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, or to make smart Google cars the only thing that are allowed in city centres, so auto controlled cars, so that there are no real drivers in city centres. That might, that I would suggest is the probably hidden narrative and justification.
Why do they keep having all these automated cars, these Tesla cars and Google cars, crashing and blowing
because
up?
It's all part of the narrative to make it viable, believable, and a process, and a really like a gradual process that they've worked through and made safe. It's all shit. It's all crap. You know it.
You're probably right.
You just need to be told it again that every single thing is a pile of turd. Everything. It really is. It's so sad. But it is what it is. Anyways, boys, onwards and upwards, as they say. Except for on the flat Earth.
You know what else
we've
missed?
Have any other business to attend to, or are we entering into the fringe?
No, we still have some.
Oh,
new
we've been to
stuff.
Fringe.
We have 7 wasted heart transplants. As a person of interest died this week.
Mm.
Can we all get a round of applause for that? Yes!
Woo!
Yes!
Come on, I got it somewhere.
Woo! They shot him over the wall and he didn't make it. Past the ice wall, he splattered right into it. So he's actually really gone.
I assume you're talking Rockefeller.
Yeah.
That is
Yes,
correct.
sir.
So yeah,
101.
101 years old. That's gross.
Isn't he succeeded
gnarly,
by
bros.
thousands, though?
Do what?
Isn't he succeeded by thousands? I mean, surely they were changing his nappies by the end of the last 5 years, surely.
You would think. When was the last time anybody's seen him out in public? Anybody know? Probably not in years.
Really don't.
When was the last time anyone met someone 101 years old?
Been a while.
I don't think I have.
Been a long time.
Really? Have you?
Yeah.
Ever?
Yeah, my
Oh,
grandfather.
actually, yeah. Some of my relatives.
Yeah, see?
But
Big
that
family.
was 40 years ago.
Well, it's impossible. Modern science has allowed the extension of our ages.
I put a blog out about this, about our life expectancies and how we're not getting older. You're not seeing any more centenarians or whatever they're called, which is what you would see if we were living longer. You would see more people that are 100 years old and plus. No, what you're seeing
Just like
is lots of old people that are very ill and reliant on the state because the state's robbed them of any assets or anything they had before they got ill, whilst getting ill, and now they're on the lowest form of basic care and
Could I
all
just?
dying. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Dundee just posted in chat that his mom works for the oldest man in Scotland at 108 years old.
Wow.
Wow.
He would be in Scotland, wouldn't
Yeah. Who wants to live forever?
he?
Somebody else in the chat said 118 ill said he's been dead for 15 years now. The Mandela effect, LOL.
Good one, brother.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
who even knows if he was alive, for however long? The same with Soros, the same with
I was thinking of Hawking, the same thing the other day.
Rothschild, Hawkins, you name it.
That guy Hawking's defeated some insane odds, man. Like he's a miracle.
I'm pretty sure he's been replaced. He was one of those that are easy to replace. He's been
I
swapped
don't
out
even know
several
if they
times.
needed to replace him. I mean, he was selling tickets $100 a pop in Sydney Harbour, and he was showing up as a hologram.
He's got a new show coming out too on Netflix. I see something of his favorite destinations or something. It should be grand.
As long as it's handicap accessible, I guess. My favorite destinations that don't include stairs.
I think he might tell us about the other 27 dimensions above us that we can't perceive or even think about, but we know they're there, possibly.
I mean, there's a small possibility that there is a heavily drugged innocent man at the center of this.
Nah, that's no fun.
Nah, no way.
I like the idea of a character actor.
Draw the line at taking the piss out of him, but with the benefit of the doubt. But there's definitely some weird shit going on
It's
there.
the prestige.
It's the perfect cover, man. You can literally say whatever you want anytime.
Someone can, yeah, but no one's saying
Yeah.
that it's definitely Stephen, the original, that's actually saying or doing anything.
Gen 1 probably left us a long time ago.
He's
Like
probably
maybe in the
stage
50s.
left. He's stage left. He's buff. He's toned. He pops in the teeth, crawls in the wheelchair, and rolls on out there.
Oh my gosh.
Does
like
his little
Gordo,
spiel.
The Juice Weasel guy.
That's right. Stage right. He pops out of the wheelchair, pops out the teeth, and he strolls right on out. Nobody notices him because they don't realize that's Stephen Hawking. It's just one really good character actor. That's right.
Well, there are
the front of all fronts.
Or that
there
movie,
are,
The Prestige.
apparently, aren't there? There are Stephen Hawking's aides that have said that, you know, after a show or whatever, and the drugs wear off, and he gets up and he starts screaming and shouting, and they sedate him again, and you know, he's sort of turned around to them, but I don't know if any of that's bullshit or not. It probably.
So here's one for you, John. Vagabond on the chat says that apparently, according to the mainstream media, the Queen has had to stop signing all of the letters for people that are 100 years or older because there's so many letters now she can only stamp them.
I've heard that in Canada too. Is it
I
rumor?
heard that too. Yeah,
Rumor.
sounds like bullshit to me.
Well,
yeah.
Vagabond did say apparently, so you know.
Oh yeah,
it's
no,
mainstream media.
What we find out for next week, we should answer that in the mailbag or whatever.
Well,
see what
I'm
we find
asking
out.
you, how many 100-year-olds do you know, each of you? Not have ever known, know now. And even in chat, how many 100-year-olds do you know? Obviously, there's going to be some out there that know people that are over 100. I'm just asking out of interest.
I can't
From
think
my
of one.
experience of nursing homes, you see lots of 70s, 80s, less 90s. You do get the odd 97s, 98s. And 100 or anything above is always of note. And I would say I've seen 3, 4, maybe 5 in the same amount of years.
And that's quite amazing that you're actually in the industry, that you would be around these people. Being a pharmacist, you are going to be around these people. And that, I mean, this is what you just described is exactly the pattern that I've seen. You know, you've got 70s, yeah, no problem. 80s, yeah, you're getting there. 90s, you're doing bloody well. But never getting to, you know, or rarely getting to 100. But if you wander around old graveyards, as I've been dragged about in my childhood forever, then you see, you know, from the 1700s or whatever, there were 80, 90-year-olds, 80-year-olds. You know, they were abundant back there. And of course, there was the 5-year-olds, 2-year-olds, 4-year-olds that were abundant too. But we've knocked out the infant mortality side of it, which obviously makes it look as though we're living longer. And but in reality, if we were, then, you know, we would be knocking into, okay, an average now of, say, the 80s or 85s, and then you would start to see a lot more on average centenarians. And I
point.
From personal anecdotal evidence, I'm not seeing it. Anyone else know 100-year-old people?
No, but I can tell you emotionally, the emotional connection or the emotional familiarity of what you just described, I will tell you, it's the same snow job I get when they tell you that the population is overcrowding. But yet we go out into our neighborhoods and we're like, yes, this is awesome. I mean, except when you know you're going downtown, you're going to see people. But like, it's the same kind of hogwash, what you described in terms of that angle of attack is to what they say about overpopulation. And
it's propaganda.
No,
it's pure and simple propaganda.
Absolutely, it's another facet of the trident, another tip of the spear, as they say.
Well, and anyways, another example, I just thought that of everything they tell us is the opposite of the truth. We're not overpopulated. It's absolutely ridiculous.
So Jimmy says,
it creates scarcity of goods, and that way people have to think they have to go out to work and buy things instead of.
But look what Rob was saying. They panic now. They say, "Oh, batter down for the weekend. We got a big storm coming," and everyone panics and runs to the market and like acts like a moron. Pretty much.
I mean, anyone who
right,
can go
I've got
through
some. Sorry, John.
Sorry, no, carry on.
I'd come back with some stats for you.
Go.
Okay, so this is from The Guardian, but this is from the Office of National Statistics saying in
Total bollocks,
2012, there were 13,350 people who were centenarians. apparently a 73% increase, right? Which is in itself, if you think of it, that statistic contradicts it. But the next line is what I thought was interesting. And it says, but 660 were 105. So you might have a lot of people making it to 100, but once you get there, you certainly don't do much more.
I'm not into numerology, but come on.
That's a drop of like 97% by the time of those people. By the time you get to 105, of those 13,000, there's only 660 would be remaining. Now they're going to get replaced, so they might just be making it to 100, but by the time they've made it, they're done and dead.
660, hey?
Yeah, with 105. So, yeah. 105.
Yeah.
Just 660 plus 6 is 666. That's pretty good.
What?
Like I said, I'm not into numerology, but come on.
Dipping into numerology there. Well, I'd just be interested to know, how many centenarians there were today and how many there were 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30
Can you
years
please
ago.
refrain from using that obtuse terminology? I hate that word when you say it.
Say what?
The centenarian, can't you just call people that are 100? Which I find it very offensive to my ears. I'm just kidding.
Longer.
Man.
So, in chat, we have Chris Rock, who says 3 of his great-grandparents were in their 90s. 2 of his grandparents were 80 and 90, respectively, so he's probably doomed to skip a generation and die young.
Well, similarly, I had 2 twin sisters in my family that lived to 104 and 105 or something. I mean, these are, but this is a couple of generations ago. I'm not hearing it. I don't know anyone in my street that's over 100. I don't know anyone full stop that's over 100 personally. But I did know that from what I'm making out, most people out there had grandparents or great-grandparents or whatever that lived to ripe old ages.
I think if anybody lives to those ages now, you're in a home, and you're almost removed from society, aren't you? If you've got
absolutely. Yeah, that's a lot of what I'm getting at. We're not living longer. We're living longer, iller, and we're being flushed out of here at 80, basically. By the time you clock over 80, someone is going to have you down the doctor's centre every week, having blood every year, having blood pressure. They're looking for something to get you on a drug that, and I've seen it around here.
You mean another drug? You mean?
No, well, yeah, that too. But I mean, once you're on the drug, then it leads naturally to numerous other drugs.
Every decade seems to be 10 pills extra to the regiment.
Well, I know a guy. This is anecdotal as well. He was 85. He walked sort of 5 miles a day with his 2 Jack Russells or whatever. He went in for a checkup, and they found that he had some arthritis in his hand, so he got on the pills. And literally a month later, his neck was where his chest should be. He was crouched over. He was a determined bloke, really determined bloke, and he kept going out walking with the Jack Russells every day and everything. But he didn't last another couple of years. And he's saying to me, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but these drugs just don't seem to be doing anything. If anything, they're making it worse. And I kept saying to him, just bin the drug, bin the drug. But no, he just got worse and worse and worse. It's really sad to see.
Yeah. Yep. Time for a nice pivot to Happy Land, somebody.
You must see this all the time, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say I think drugs in the mainstay now are symptomatic control. They're not cures. It's the majority of main pharmaceutical products there. There's symptomatic control, and think more importantly, in terms of reference to the elderly, they're testing grounds. They're locked up. They're seen by doctors. They're given stuff. They're then administered stuff. And I think.
Well, have you come across the Liverpool pathway?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a whole bag of worms, isn't it? But it's.
I mean, it was official policy, though.
Assisted dying. Assisted dying is what you would call it, or assisted starvation. And
they basically turn your water off. They turn your water and your food off and let you starve and dehydrate to death. And that's a legitimate government policy. And as far as I know, it is still in place.
I don't know what's left of it. I know it was very controversial. I've not heard it, but there are still many other controversial end-of-life policies. There's a lot of great work that goes off. What I would say on that. There's some very strange things, but there's some very strange things that happen all over society, isn't there? And maybe the medical profession isn't immune to severely rogue.
And it's not alone either.
Absolutely.
You know? By any means, it's not alone.
No.
I've yet to meet any medic that I've met that has a good word to say for it, and other than astonishment, you know. And I work with end of life, and you know, it's about making people comfortable all the way to the end, and the most important thing, them deciding and their families deciding how it goes, and that pathway was completely against that. Power was removed from the family. Is my most crucial understanding of that, that it was the medic's decision, and I don't know any person that would decide to, if I'm going to end it, then you would do the standard thing, which is to overdose on opiates, wouldn't you, rather than
Well, I think a lot of
slowly wither away.
I think a lot of the family were tricked into it. They weren't given,
and they'd signed away the legal rights.
Just as you're given medication from your GP or doctor or whatever, and you're not given the full form that tells you all the side effects. You're given some breakdown kindergarten form that just says, you know, if your stomach aches, give us a call.
I would think the legal way in which they did it was you sign a waiver that says you have no further intervention. And because by that point the people are not well enough to drink water themselves and often got tubes and stuff, that is considered at that point intervention, and even putting water down the tube is considered intervention, and that's the legal justification for that sort of behaviour, I think.
Anyhow, I just went through something painful with my family like that, with that kind of end of care scenario, and lots of sickness that I've been struggling with. So I hear you guys, but
sorry, Beth. Didn't
no worries, man.
To the surface.
Everybody deals with it. I'm not special. It's just a little raw still. I don't know. What else do we have tonight? Sorry, guys.
Nope.
Well, I noticed in the chat here, a lot of people are discussing just what we were saying a little earlier about the numbers, population numbers, in relation to how they're manipulated.
Thanks, Walt.
He references something I'm not familiar with, Milliard. Josh, you're pretty up on some legal matters. Do you know anything about that in relation to how the Federal Reserve steals an extra digit from us all to manipulate the numbers?
I've not heard that, but that certainly wouldn't
We'll definitely
surprise
look into
me.
that for next week's show then. We have a new topic to look up. That was from Jibby Jedi. So if you would like to give us a little more
wonder if that's kind of like the code from the movie that we all love, Office Space. Remember they wrote that little code that took 1/4 of a half a penny off each transaction globally or something, and it was like a little spider fund in the back door.
The Superman 3 scheme.
That's
man.
it, brother.
Oh yeah,
you're bringing me back. Oh, I love you, Uncle Walt. Funny stuff.
Yes,
yep.
sir.
No,
That's a
this
great
reminds
movie.
me of that rogue banker or whatever his name was. I can't remember what his name was.
They did a movie
Leeson?
about his family a little while ago. Yeah.
Leeson, maybe. And it's all about speed trading, automated, computerized speed trading, where they're literally taking, you know, a tiny sliver of a penny off every transaction or everything, and it literally amounts to billions and billions a year when done. I think Fidelity brokerage got done for it, but don't hold me to that. But yeah, definitely more research needed on that. Well, we could come back, but if they've got any links to anything pertinent, then please bung them our way on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, whatever.
So what else?
It's kind of like reminds me of, you were alluding to a little to the Bernie Madoff story, weren't you? He was a famous.
It was earlier than that.
Famous guy that did a lot of things.
They made a movie about him. The Rogue. It was called The Rogue Trader, I think. But I can't remember his name. It was back in the 90s, I think.
Nick Gleason.
Leeson. That's it. Yeah, Leeson. And yeah, I may be completely off, you know, over in right field here. I don't know whether that's what they were talking about or not. I'm not quite looking at the chat, but if it was, then that's what it reminded me of anyway when I heard it.
Right on.
Basically automated trading. So I used to do this when I was a day trader. You could set your limits to, say, if it hit a certain level, then sell everything, or sell 10%, or sell 30%, or whatever. So it was a case of being
they use algorithms now to do that, actually.
Yeah. I mean, a number of hedge funds and investment funds and that sort of thing will have these limits, or these, you know, these stop gaps in place.
Forex is run completely like that. Like, I mean, and you set it yourself, so you decide, and then it goes to what you say. You know, it's pretty brilliant.
Well, this is why we can have a crash so easily. Is that if you hit a certain level with a stock, you will trigger so many people's automated sells or puts or whatever, that it will, you know, it will literally send it into a death spiral. It's very easy stuff.
Not yet, though, right? Or is it that bad right now? I thought it was still a traditionally. I mean, it's an online market, but I mean, a lot of phone calls are still made. You know what I mean? It's not all.
I should imagine.
I imagine in 10, 15 years or 25 years, that could be an absolute problem. If everything goes digital and everybody's copying, because did you see the fad? I think it was maybe two or 3 years ago, or maybe even a year or two ago. I don't know. Where you can copy other traders. You just download an app, pay a monthly fee, and then you can just pay to copy what other successful traders do.
Yeah,
that's a recipe for disaster. That's what you're talking about.
Well, when you start automating anything, it's a recipe for disaster. When you start automating your Twitter account and who you follow and who you don't follow, and you start automating your cooker and you know, there are domino effects that you know, little things like the clocks going forward can fuck everything up, or you know, there are so many effects that you think it's a good idea at the time, but this is why I try and steer away from automating anything. I don't, you know, let your PC remember any passwords or anything, otherwise you're going to forget them. And this is comes back to, you know, quite a sort of philosophical discussion that I'd like to raise anyway, about the written word being the death of you know, memories, of our ability to convey onto a next generation what our history and our past is. I mean, you've got the Aboriginals that have a vast past, but none of it's written down. It's all done in story or song, or, you know, tales.
In Dreamtime.
Dreamtime, all those sort of things, but it's not written down in any sense. And it just seems to me that when you write something down, it can only get corrupted from there on. It seems bizarre, I know, and a backstep, I know, but that's sort of where I'm at the moment. Is we need to stop writing stuff down and start actually telling each other stories and telling each other, talking, communicating, and getting this shit out there.
Well,
Not
it's
referring
ironic that
back.
as I'm sitting here talking to you guys on a cell phone, I was a late adapter to cellular technology. I would see people walking around the mall or up and down the street with a phone stuck to their head, and I couldn't imagine anything important enough to do that. I mean, I hated to even deal with a real phone, let alone to walk around with one stuck to my head. And this is way before the internet got on the cell phones. Then, as a job, I wound up working at a call center for a few years, and I was taking calls from these people who would call me and say, "Hey, I lost my address book on my phone. Can you help me get it back? I don't know any of my phone numbers." And I would sit there and think to myself, how could you forget phone numbers? I knew every phone number of every person I knew at that time.
Yeah.
I can't tell you except maybe 5 people's numbers off the top of my head without thinking really hard now. It's ridiculous.
But I bet
Memory definitely atrophies.
I bet you, well, you can still remember the phone numbers of the people when you were a kid.
Exactly. Yes,
I
sir.
can still remember the phone numbers of all
Yes,
my
sir.
mates at school and all that sort of thing, but I can't even remember my own
Melissa down the street.
wife's phone number, you know, or work number or anything.
brilliant,
You
yeah.
go to speed dial, you go 4, you just go speed dial 4, speed dial 4. That's great. Give them another phone and speed dial 4 doesn't work. You'll be like, oh shit, now what?
555 1212.
But yeah, I mean, they call these devices smart, but all I can see is people getting dumber and dumber using these smartphones.
Yeah, they're smart with the side effect of dumb for the user.
Well, this is it. I mean, back in the day, I would have had to have known that a mile equaled, 5280 feet. It's testing myself now. But nowadays, no one needs to remember that. There's nothing. They just have a speed dial button. They go miles to feet. It's 5280 feet. But it just means that you won't remember it. You don't remember it. You don't have to remember it. You don't have to remember your phone numbers anymore. You don't have to remember your PIN code as soon as you just have to stick your thumb to the screen.
Just takes one time to see how foolish it is not to have a backup written in a little book somewhere, though. And anybody who's listening who doesn't have a backup, make a blinking backup.
Well,
because
it makes it so easy for them to basically turn you off.
Yeah, well,
you know,
your whole
if
world
someone
can
turned
be
your
erased.
phone off and you didn't have your phone numbers or your mate's phone numbers or anything like that in another location written down physically or whatever, then they're gone. Simple.
Yep.
Same with books. You download Kindle, they can change that Kindle code overnight. It will change a sentence, or it can just delete the whole book. If you don't have it in book form, physical book form.
But if they wipe out all your bank accounts digitally too, then you have no money saved, any paper, anything to trade. That's a great outlook for you as a person too. They can't shut you off that way. I like that. That's mean, but it's true. They'll just turn you off and erase you.
It's
basically.
another reason for me to keep my money out of the bank.
Indeed.
Anyone other thoughts on this or not?
I think the only point you alluded to earlier in terms of those things are true. There's not a lot you can do about it. But you talked about the truth being in stories or people conversing, and I would allude that to Twitter. You know, the reason nobody believes the written stories of the mainstream is because people actually converse not across the village square anymore, but across the internet and exchange. And it's to me, they're the stories that are being told now, and that's the thing that's breaking their power structures, that they can't direct the narrative.
Yeah, it's a thing. I don't know. You know, how many of us can properly explain what we think we believe in flat Earth? You know, I mean, we've seen all these tweets and all the rest of it, and that's very easy. We can retweet, and then we can save that tweet and tweet that again, and save that meme and stick another meme up. But it's you know, in terms of actually exercising the mind and asking yourself those searching questions of how do we actually, you know, how do we know what we know, and how can I confidently say what I think I believe, if you want to talk about beliefs, which I don't think anyone should. Well, not without preempting it with a caution that it's a belief.
Well, everyone sings the praises of technology constantly. I mean, granted, we're sitting here using the technology to talk about these things that are dear to our hearts, dear to our souls, important to us, and we're getting that out there through this technology. But that being said, being the late adapter I was to all this technology, as I had to become proficient in Twitter and YouTube and editing and all these things, it has definitely gotten me more buried in technology than I've ever been in my life. I was always a reader. I would rather sit down with a good book in a quiet room and read than put a television program on, or even to watch a movie sometimes. And now I find myself impatient with a book, and I'm going out of my way to resolve that problem quickly. I've sat down with like huge stacks of library books lately and just gone crazy with it again. But when I find myself with impatient with reading, I know that this technology is having an effect on me. It just does.
Yeah, I would say it helps me disseminate data much more rapidly. So, whereas before, certainly researching, you know, you have to go to the library, the medical store. What would take 3 or 4 hours, you can do in 10 minutes. So for me, it's taking what's useful for you, not necessarily seeing the negative. Maybe I don't feel I'm negatively affected by. I don't watch TV in the sense of I'm not an addict to it. I'm not a slave to the media. I try to use it for my purposes. Do you know what I mean? I don't. Take the point on the phone numbers. I remember a few, but you're right, John. You still remember the ones from when you were a kid, though.
I barely remember mine now, let alone anybody else's, or mine when I was a kid. Somebody asked me my phone number, it really takes me a second. Oh yeah, I know that one because it's my phone number, but turns out I don't use it enough to remember.
Right. So, are we getting near the end or what here, folks? What do we say? Any other questions from the audience?
We got all kinds of stuff going on in the chat.
We got a summary.
Yeah, I've actually found myself distracted reading the chat. I apologize to the listeners and watchers out there.
Give us a summary then, Walt.
Well, they're just back and forth with. Sorry. I'm trying to back up to the top and catch the thread again. And it all keeps blinking on me every time I move it. But anyway, just talking about how the rabbit hole of this research just keeps deeper and wider, and who do you trust anymore, and doing your own research by yourself, finding these things out for yourself. I mean, that's really the secret to it all. We've discussed that before on the show. You know, you can watch a video or you can hear someone talk about this, but until you dig in with both feet and just do the hard work, the homework, if you will, it's really not going to mean anything to you. internalize all this information, because it's a handful. It's definitely, most of us flat earthers know the ball earth mythology way better than most of the ballers out there. So it's a handful of knowledge to keep your head wrapped around.
Well, that was one of the things that I had to relearn so much. I mean, because I did just sort of take it on faith that what I was taught was true. That when I came to the flat earth, I realized I was going to have to not just learn what the flat earth people thought, but I was going to have to then first learn what the hell is it that I really think? What are the scientists saying now that I believe before I can really get into the flat earth too much? So, yeah, it was definitely a learning experience.
It's a good point. Just when you first get into it, there's so many. You look at the little camps of, or Pac-Man and simulations and all the groups of theory. I think the important thing is, it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks, it's what you think that really matters, as long as you actually think it, as opposed to just believing that what somebody else has told you. As long as you think it, that's credible enough for me.
Am I back?
I can hear you, John.
You're back.
If you're not the front, then you must be the back.
I was sitting there chatting to myself, wondering if I was in a room on my own or I just got booted. So,
damn, I've been there before. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's a very dark and quiet room.
That's right.
Anyway. So, what's happening this week? Anything?
Anything else? What else has we missed? Glowbusters. Glowbusters had a pretty good guest on with a former NASA employee. That was pretty interesting.
Right. To all those out there saying, when the fuck are you going to get someone from NASA who believes in flat Earth? Then, yeah, there you go. Have some of that.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Do you think she was legit? We should be skeptical to start with. Maybe not.
I think it's always a good idea to be skeptical to start with. She sounded pretty legit.
She gave her name, didn't she?
Mm-hmm. She definitely
and the
spoke
name that she could be found under at NASA.
And why it might be a discrepancy, yeah.
And a photo. A couple of photos.
Eat a dick, Gravity.
Whoops, that's not the one I wanted, but that's pretty good.
Wow. I don't even know.
Go on, James, have a go at him. All I said was fuck. We're in the fringe.
We're in the fringe.
You don't have the guts to be what you want to be.
How many watches have we had today? I've seen 18 so far, which is brilliant.
That's only up to 21, I think, is
15
what that.
Yeah, we're up
more
at
than there
21.
was 3 weeks ago. Thing is, I don't know about you guys, but I never listen to Hangouts or anything live. I very, very rarely do I ever listen to a Hangout live because I can't concentrate. I'd have to listen to something like that in the shed in quiet.
Right.
So even to have 17 on there is absolutely great. I mean, what did last week get?
Keep in mind we're going against, or well, not against, because nobody's against each other in flat Earth, but we also have Mr. Antonio Subras doing a show for the last 3 weeks. I think that starts during our second hour, so
yeah,
it's always.
And speaking of time, earlier it crossed my mind because of some questions in the chat, and then I think you guys were actually talking about this earlier today. Apparently there's a time change that is happening over there on your side of the pond.
Yeah, this weekend on Sunday the clocks go they go forward.
Yeah.
Okay, because some people that are like DD's, who's normally there with us every week, thought we'd gone an hour early. But I mean, from my time frame, it's always 4 p.m. Central here, where I'm located, is when we go live. So I was just trying to make sure I didn't mess anything up with time changes or whatever. So yeah.
Well, it sort of starts between 9 and 10 over here. So 22 and 23. No, sorry, 21 and 2200 hours GMT. It's been going sort of 9 or 10, or I mean, nothing's been formal up until now, sort of thing. Anyway, I mean, it's just
right. We just want to be the same place where they can find us easy. That's all. So yeah, usually around that 22 spot for GMT is where you start looking for us, and we'll try to hit it as close to that mark as we can for you guys every week.
My apologies.
That's 10 p.m. That's 10 at night in the UK, and
yeah.
So basically, lately we have been starting at about 9. I think last week was 9 o'clock, 9:30. So yeah, it's our balls up again. It's we're getting our times cocked up that we're not,
Well,
regular.
they have to make those adjustments for that lovely time frame we're all using now. And Gregorian calendars and all that stuff.
We should do it by the phase of the moon instead of
24-hour clock. Yes, sir. Thank you.
What a great segue, guys! This is why we're calling this the Happy New Year show,
right?
Because we've also celebrated the New Year this past week. I mean, not just some random date in the middle of winter saying, "Okay, it's the New Year now," but actually the rebirth and spring has arrived and things are budding and things are blossoming and the new year is upon us.
Lovely segue, yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you all.
What moon phase are we in on
I like the budding part. Excellent.
Because essentially a moon phase is what, 28 days or 29 days or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's every 7 days there's a different sort of moon. So if we had a show on the first quarter, the half moon, the full moon, the half moon, and the last quarter and the new moon, then we'd probably be in line, wouldn't we, with 7 days a week?
I'm not sure.
Seeing as we can't do time.
Yeah.
It might be something else we can do. We'll start the show when the moon is 45-degree angle. And
the obvious answer is just to create a whole new calendar for the Iron Realm, and we'll just go on Iron Realm time.
Absolutely.
IRM time.
Yep.
There we go.
IRM time. That's it. The Realm time. It's called Realm time.
2200 IRM time.
Is that like
basically,
CPT?
If you find us, you can listen to us. If you don't, download us.
Crooked politician time.
Hopefully that's ended.
Killing me, Smalls.
So did we want to get or try and get Paul and Kai on from Eastbourne, where they're hosting a Flat Earth seminar, I think, or a conference?
Nah.
Adam, you know more about that.
Yeah, they're hosting a number of events. I think it'd be nice to get them on. They're certainly planning a Flat Earth event for later on in the year, so it'd be nice to get them on to talk about that.
Yeah, even if we could get them to set up an IP camera so we could tune in via an IP camera.
Yeah, have a word with Kai about that. I think that'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, Adam, you're speaking, aren't you?
I have agreed. I've agreed.
There
I've
is that.
No idea what on. I'm sure it'll probably be maths based, but
so you'll be there.
Related, so definitely.
Do you know what?
Waiting for a date. No,
wait, you've been asked to speak at the conference?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Our own Adam. Awesome. I missed this completely this week, guys. I apologize. That's awesome, and I'm great. That's great to hear, man. Very great. That's great. Oh my God.
My name's a lot lower down the list. There's a fair few. I think Dave's supposedly speaking as well. So.
And a few other people, aren't there? Roger Bazanis is doing a webinar there. Have you got a website or anything or a date?
Not yet. That's why I think Kai should come on and give it a proper punt, because it's not my gig. I've just been asked would I
Yeah, cool.
try and get a bit of a contribution.
So would everyone be interested in that sort of thing? A UK Flat Earth conference? Any comments in the chat or anything like that? Because I can try and get them on ASAP.
We definitely need to get them on ASAP. I've just not gotten to that part of my checklist where sending Kai and Paula.
No, I'll do that. I'll do that. You know, I said I had distinguished guests visiting a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
That was Kai and Paul. They slept.
Right.
And there's a number of books. Are we back on yet? Or
yeah, I believe we are. We should be
back on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't know where we got to.
Well, we gave them lots of really useful information and blinding, life-changing subjects that just went to the wayside.
There is one more which I've probably naively forgotten, and that's on the 15th and 16th of July, and that is the health seminar. And there's quite a few folks talking there. Clive DeCarl, Roger Bazanis, as you said. I think Michael Tazorian's speaking.
So you're speaking at the Flat Earth conference, is that right?
I'm speaking at the Flat Earth, but I'm also going to do some. It's not so much. It's more of a testimony at the health seminar with regards to me and my dad.
Right. Great story.
And his prostate cancer. So not so much a seminar, more of a testimony of fact.
Have you had any luck or uses or anecdotes about the colloidal silver?
Not yet. I've formulated into creams, and I've got to get some addresses to send them out to. So
okay,
it's with my brother-in-law for him to test, and we'll see, mate. We'll see. I need to send you some.
But when you're at the Flat Earth conference, you're not going to be talking pharmaceuticals, are you? You're going to be talking Flat Earth, eh?
Well, at the Flat Earth conference, I'll be talking Flat Earth, but I suppose. But at the health seminar, I'll be talking, like I say, in relation to that. I might try and get a bit of silver in there, John. More.
I was just going to say. Well, I'll DM you, but whatever you want to talk about, use me as a research tool to throw crap at, and I'll go look it up and come back to use me as any sort of resource that you need. Because I'd love to be there. I'd love to. Well, I wouldn't love to do it, but I'd love to be there and do it. But yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm a bit there. But your blog's a great resource in itself, pal. To be honest with you, that's a really useful.
Cool, man. Cheers.
No, do you know what I mean? So,
but any subjects you're looking into, you're looking into, drop me, any sort of dog ends, and I'll go and follow them up for you.
I mean, my initial thoughts is obviously I want to talk a bit of maths, but I also do think a bit of Iron Realm presence would be good, and maybe some demonstrations. I don't know. I'm open to suggestions from
the maths. You're going to need graphics. You're going to need, you're going to need slides, because maths is so difficult to transcend to an audience without something graphical or visual to look at it. So yeah, if you sort of say you need a sphere model with the circumference or whatever,
that's definitely what I need, because you say it's communicating the idea. I think is going to be the key there. But that's what I plan to do anyway, is give that. But if there's any other suggestions, there's nothing.
But if you're going to do a speech, then I want to be part of making that speech really, really good, because someone's going to be recording it as well, and someone's going to be recording that, and so it's not going to just be the people there at the hotel that paid to go there and
all right, John, you're scaring me. Fair enough.
You can always wear an armored mask and speak with a voice modulator.
I might just stick a globe on my head and hide. No, I mean, I'm looking forward to it.
Via Skype, but audio only.
We should definitely record it anyway, and I would imagine the whole thing will be recorded anyway. But we'll see if we can get a link.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Kai anyway for that. So
yeah. But no, these are the sort of things. You know, you can have a meeting in your basement as long as it's recorded and then bungs up on YouTube. That could go out to millions of people.
Here we go. I'll start with this one. It's,
not to put you off, mate.
No, you have. You made me well nervous.
You could be talking to millions of people now, you see. Your children could be downloading this when they're 25 to play to their children. And, you know, think about that.
I'm fine with that. It's staring at a camera in a room full of people. I hate seminars. I don't mind teaching one-on-one, but standing up.
I agree, but you do it for a living, don't you?
Yeah,
I mean,
in some cases,
go to seminars. Yeah. I mean, I used to have to do, you know, project management presentations and shit like this with PowerPoint in front of all the board of directors and all that sort of, yeah, it's fucking horrible. Ugh, no.
I had one the other week was give medicines training to care staff as well. Do you know what I mean? So you often sat there in a canteen with a DVD and stuff and having to... I just hate it because people just sit there. Nobody wants to speak. But
no one wants to be there. But that's the difference with a seminar like this is that people have paid money to be there. They want to be there because they want to hear what you've got to say. So
I'll pay you to be there to be my winker. Somebody I can talk at and just give a wink to, just so I'm actually making contact with at least one person in the room.
I'll start the round of applause off, and I'll do the standing up and the sitting down.
a pertinent question, and stuff.
You mean a shill?
I do. I'd never say that of you, mate. I'd never say that. No, we'll see. But I think I'd really like to do a nice presentation and something from the realm as well. Like I say, I think that'd be.
Well, you've provided so much background research and stuff, you know, the sort of things we've kicked off the wall against each other in DMs with all the maths and the maps and all that sort of thing. I mean, you know, we seem to bounce off each other quite well. So it's only, I would love whatever you're doing. I'd love it to be the best it can be with whatever help that any of us, you know, and IRM as well, that can provide.
Cheers, guys.
And all the rest of it. That'd be great. But yeah, in the meantime, I'll try. I'll reach out to Kai and Paul and see if they can join us.
Let's get the guys on. Let's get them on.
Let them explain it. Yeah,
I think that's probably better. So shout out, Kai. Come on, get on next week, bro. So that was the only other bit. So imagine, we're in after show now, aren't we? Anyway, so
I don't know how long have we been going now?
I don't know.
Is this a continuous one, Josh, or
aside from that slight little hiccup, I guess, including the hiccup, let's just go ahead and say we're in the after show. Well, because it was a separate
rooms, or
don't need to. It's already broken. Once it cut us, we could just call that the transition.
Sweet. Well, you can invite anyone on, Vagabond or anyone out there.
Let me drop a link and see who wants to pop in.
It's a pretty good show since we had not much to talk about to start with.
That was a good ramble, wasn't it, really? It was,
great stuff.
Shame Rob couldn't be around for a bit longer. Where'd James go? James, you're muted.
He's muted. I don't know.
Maybe he's purposely
Josh,
muted.
I'm also in on the Iron Realm side, doing a little few things. Like I put Flat Earth in front, like, I don't know. And then I'm trying to put some tags and stuff. Because I saw something change in front of me. So if I'm messing you up, I'll stop.
Nope, you're good. You do what you do.
Okay, cool. I didn't want to mess up the stream or anything.
Nah, I think you'd be all right.
All right, cool.
So I threw the link out there in the chat, so anybody wants to come on and hang out. I don't know if anybody's able to. I know Vagabond's out there. Z-Proxy, I know, is listening.
Vagabond's out there.
I reckon Chris Rock
is he?
might have bailed at the break.
We called your bluff last week, Zed Proxy. Come on, guys, come on.
I think he said he had some issues with Mike or something last week. He's still not ready to be live, something like that.
He's still putting out some really cool videos, though.
Awesome
His videos speak for themselves.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yes. We should have talked about it for a minute on the show. We still can. I'm just saying that's something for sure. We need to get him on, or her, or them.
Whatever the proper non-binary terminology is these days.
Whatever that is, right? Right.
So was that a world record? Only one drop this evening, or was there more than?
I think that was pretty good for us.
Oh, it was good for us. I didn't even start the live stream this end.
Oh, good.
And we'll just call that a purposeful break. Thank you, Google AI, for telling us that it was time to go into the after show. Hey, dumbasses, you've been doing this. Nobody's going to watch 8 hours. As much as I love Hillbilly, I can't sit through 8 hours of anything.
Either that, or we didn't talk about anything controversial enough to throw us off. But
no P's and J's.
I'd have to dig my tinfoil hat out for that. No, I reckon in future we have someone presenting, someone live streaming, and someone else probably as a backup or something along those lines. Because I think if you're presenting and live streaming, it cuts your availability down. Or we keep it to the Hangouts and people present their screens. Don't know. Any thoughts?
That could work.
In a perfect world, we would all have a thing set and ready to go, and have it either multi-streaming or ready to go if something falls to back it up or whatever. I just don't know how that really works. We were looking at some systems this week that might be an answer to that, like different things to present with and on that seem to be great for interworking amongst ourselves, but we still haven't 100% verified that it will let us stream to YouTube like we're doing right now.
Gentlemen,
so,
that's what OBS is for. As long as we can do it, as long as we can get it amongst ourselves, OBS will stream it wherever the hell we want. We can stream it.
Does the rest?
We can stream it to Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what OBS
Hello?
does.
That might be.
Oh, James is back.
Hi. Look.
Hey.
He's there.
So Google always just terminates if anybody rings. Note to self. Anyways, I'm back.
Maybe that's what happened. Maybe it was James that booted us off somehow.
And to start the recording.
I'm just looking to pass the buck. Don't mind me.
So, what's going on?
You're all a bunch
After
of
party.
fucking assholes.
The Fringe after show?
So, if I tweeted out this link, would that allow people to join?
Well, I thought somebody joined us. It looked like.
Sec Attention says looks like he joined. He's just not popped in the room yet. He might still be refining his settings.
Right.
Is it actually wise to tweet out a live link to the show?
There we go.
Well, we did it before and got many interesting characters, so.
Oh, yes. You know the one. And you know I'm thinking about the one.
Yes. Yes.
So we're not going out live now, yeah?
No, we're still alive. Or we're
right.
We're
Sorry.
More accurately, we are live again.
Or did we drop?
Whenever you took a call. Or at
Way to
some
go,
point.
Jane. No, I'm just kidding.
Jeez. Must be all those megabytes.
You don't have the guts to be what you want to be. You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers and say, that's the bad guy. I always tell the truth, even when I lie.
There you go.
Poor Tony.
Poor Tony.
He got his come
up with this, he did.
Joe Pesci, all those famous guys.
After show, do come join us.
I'm just checking. I think Vagabond's gone. He's off.
Yeah,
Catch
he's
up soon. Zach Proxy is just
he's not gonna come on. They're not gonna come on.
Sorry about this. I know it's a bit silly.
You're getting better with those. So, I have a bunch of questions here.
Sorry, I had to do that one. No, go on with your questions.
Carry on.
Question?
Why was Earth the only planet that became flat?
That's a good one. Are these rhetorical questions, or I mean?
Oh yeah, well I don't know.
Where are they from?
Just for an inner chuckle, I thought that was just a chuckle.
Sounds familiar though, those questions to me. I mean, I would say I don't disagree that whatever they are saying our planets may be circular shaped.
Well, I'm just what I'm doing. I'm looking at some of the questions that were asked, and I'm not going to go into detail. That when you're faced with being called a fucktard and whatever it is from very early on in a conversation where you believed you were going to have a nice friendly discussion chat, not a playground rules debate, given opportunity to be able to speak amongst people that you trust and know and resonate with, whether given the same questions you would quite happily bat them into the long field. I don't know what you think about that.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about, despite all my densities.
Yeah, I think, and unfortunately, it's something we see far too often, right? I mean, it's comfortable, it's dissonance, it's playground smatta, it's just kiddie games. But it's the level we're at right now, and as we continue to refine our craft and hone our skills and learn the various pieces, I think it was Josh or someone alluded to that we actually know a lot more than most of the Globers do about their actual physical realities and conditions and supposed globisms and theories that we have to bury, our heads into and rip through to get some sort of bearing on how big the fish is that we're stinking and that the trap is, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a case of I don't know. Well, that question, let's say, why is the Earth the only planet that became flat? I mean, you've got to assume, A, the word planet, you've got to assume, B, what you're looking through a telescope is actually a sphere, which is what we all agree a planet is. Earth becoming flat, you're also then assuming that it's flat within the expanse of space. Do you know what I mean? It's such a bullshit question that it would take you an entire podcast just to pick apart that one question, because it's being asked from someone who has such a diametrically opposed opinion of just about everything, cosmology wise and belief wise, that you cannot ask a simple, what seems a simple question, because it just in that simple question, why was Earth the only planet that became flat? I mean, even that's an assumption. I mean, the whole question can just be pulled apart. It's the old Bill Clinton thing. What is the definition of is? But you go on one of these shows and they're firing 10, 15 of these paradigm shattering questions at you, expecting Twitter answers. I mean, it's just utter bullshit. And the sheer fact that people won't give you the opportunity to answer those questions at length, in depth, and to your extent is tantamount to intellectual dishonesty in my mind. Just thought I'd get that off my chest.
Very wise.
I'm not even sure where this whole idea that there has to be some sort of connection and similarity between what we see up there versus what our feet are upon. Why does there need to be any sort of correlation? Why can't it be different?
Illogical, isn't it?
Well, that's that was what I was going to say, John. That's the very definition of being illogical. It's like looking at a field of horses and saying, well, they're walking around and eating and breathing, and I'm walking around and eating and breathing. I must be a horse. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I think the difference is a glober would think we're within a system. And I would suggest that we actually have the system on us, and it's that difference of viewpoint that makes those sorts of questions very hard, because it's completely different, and they struggle with, and I struggled when I was learning early on to try and separate the analogies, and within that question, John, there's a lot of stuff that early people would not make the connection, that there's a lot of traps in that question. It's loaded with just absolute nonsense, isn't it? It's a bit like one of the legal questions. Do you understand? Because you engage in the question, you're accepting some parts of it as truth, that you then, do you know what I mean? It is impossible to engage in the question without completely destroying the question first from a flat Earth perspective, because it is all written in.
I mean, this is it. I mean, the question is, why was Earth the only planet that became flat? I mean, and that would lead you to assume that you can bring up empirical evidence that anything around us is a ball. Everything around us is a ball. And so you look at the moon, and I would quite happily admit that was a ball if it span around and showed me its arse every now and again, but it doesn't. It shows me its face continually.
I must be
just a bit of arse. Just a bit of arse would do.
So they tell us. I mean, it's such a minuscule bit of arse that you may as well be talking about parallax. But if the same with the sun. Instead you're seeing the sun doing the wagon wheel thing. You're seeing the moon doing the wagon wheel thing. I can't say I've ever seen the backside of the sun, unless I'm watching some YouTube channel that's plugged into Soho 1 and 2 and all the rest of it and showing us this glorious orb that's rotating in the vastness of space horse shit, then I can't take any of that as being real. So I don't have any empirical. I can't point to Mars and say, look, it's a ball, because I'm looking through a telescope, which is a monocular, which is one view, which can only ever give you what, 2D or 1D or 2D. It can't show you a ball through a monocular view. You need a binocular view, which almost no one has, you know, unless you're the Vatican and you own Lucifer, the largest telescope or binocular telescope in the world.
Just a coincidence.
Then you may be able to see that it's a three-dimensional object rather than a two-dimensional object. But, I mean, just that whole question assumes that everything else is a ball, and you're an arse to assume that what you're on is flat, and it became flat, apparently.
Yeah, you
Crazy
ass.
question. Sorry, Josh.
I said, yeah, you ass.
You won't see my back of my ass.
Only on special occasions, and only 9%.
Because I'm 2D.
Don't push me, because I'm close to be.
I'm your huckleberry.
So anyway, anyone wanted to bring that somewhere else?
What was another question? If you had another one that was kind of, because now that you've explained it, it seems quite stupid, to be honest. So thank you.
And really,
what seems stupid?
Trying to break down the question would be impossible.
trap.
Even if they participated with you breaking down every single question into a way that they're going to be able to understand your answer. Even if they participated, it's going to take, like you said, an entire podcast.
Oh, easy.
But
easy.
when they're
when
they want to argue every step along the way, then there's just no going anywhere. It's just going to be one lost argument after another, because it's just going to spiral out of control, and nobody's going to remember what the last argument was, and it just gets stupid.
Well, that's the idea, of course, isn't it? Of pummeling you with a bunch of questions straight after, you know, one after the other. That's the idea. It's the same in Twitter when they subtweet you. It's to cut off the thread so people don't you know, follow the thread along. They're going from one question to another question and thinking about this question as the answer to that question, and then another question comes up and it's like, what the hell? You know, it's deliberate subversion as far as I can see.
I would say that flat earthers are definitely a lot more human and easily ready to admit that they made a mistake, or to say, you know, that may not be right, you know, whereas on other times it's just blatant. It's absolute blatant. I see it, John.
Yeah, just looking through now. Would gravity be subjective on Earth? I mean, can anyone even understand what the fuck that means?
No. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Would it be subjective on Earth? Right, so not objective.
Different for everybody.
So gravity would be different for everybody.
Well, in relation to what?
You've got to assume that Earth is a ball for a start, although it doesn't really mention it, but you have to assume that you're being dragged to the center of this ball. It's subjective. What a bullshit question that is. No, so you don't believe in gravity, right? Question mark. So no, I don't believe in gravity at all. I believe that someone made up the word gravity after it was perfectly explainable by buoyancy and density, and gravity it goes way beyond buoyancy and density into the realms of fictitious fake space and planets, balls flying around each other, and space-time and bending space-time and black holes and bullshit like this. None of it can be tested, repeated, verified, anything. So, do I believe in gravity? No, I fucking don't. Do you guys?
No.
Well, but the equations can be repeated though, and certain events can be recorded and shown that prove that they must be there. No,
But you could replace the word gravity for fairy dust and say the same thing. I mean, the fact is density and buoyancy have been perfectly adequate to explain why things fall down, as far as I can see. As to why they fall down as opposed to up is a whole new realm again, another entire podcast to discuss the electrostatic nature of the battery of Earth and all these sort of theories. But yeah, in terms of dense objects falling through less dense medium, they're going to fall down until they hit something of equal or more density than themselves. I mean, that thing about a snowball exploding on a fence is utter horseshit. Change the snowball to a pebble and put it against a wooden barn. The pebble isn't going to explode. It's going to go through the frickin' barn if it's launched at enough velocity and enough speed. I mean, utter horseshit. Molecules exploding apart. I mean, that has to do with density as well. That's the density of a pebble compared to the density of a wooden panel. And the pebble's going to win every time. Or maybe not if it's a less dense pebble, like a loofah stone or something.
the loofah stone.
Am I ranting here?
I love the loofah stone. That's hilarious. No, and I was kind of thinking the same thing, like, you know, like a bullet going through wood.
Yeah, you said it.
And I did in space. Like all of a sudden, the bullet's going to explode. You know, it just doesn't. It doesn't logically sound correct on Earth, and to laymen, and it certainly didn't sound believable in fantasy science land either. So it just stunk, and I called it out. That's about it.
Yeah, and this is why space junk and asteroids and whatever it is, meteoroids, comets, whatever, that hit the space station don't do any damage to the space station at all, because they're going so fast and they've met something that is basically, what, aluminium or stainless steel or whatever the hell the space station is purported to be. So because it's going so fast, this object of, you know, whatever density it could be, it explodes and doesn't harm the ISS at all. I mean, that's like saying, you know, a bullet is fired at my head going so fast that it evaporates when it hits my skull, instead of my skull just popping like a watermelon, as we all know what would happen.
Well, that's, yeah, that, and you just described exactly why I spoke.
As I understand it, at the point of impact, the energy is equal, so they both impart the same force upon each other. But what actually happens is, obviously, the stone or the bullet is able to withstand the force a lot better, whereas the wood or whatever shatters, continues in that direction, because the force applied wasn't contained within the wood, and the bullet stays whole and goes through.
Well, the way I'd see it is
applied in space is the same. It should affect the same force on the aluminium, and the net tensile strength of the aluminium would not, even with the microparticles, be strong enough at those sorts of speeds. So
I see it as a density thing again. If you replace, I mean, if you can imagine a slow motion bullet hitting, you know, a piece of wood, a plank of wood or whatever, and the bullet is just going to hit the wood and basically go straight through it. This is what I would say. If you invert that image so that it's top down instead of left to right or right to left, and drop a, you know, a ball, a cannonball, into a swimming pool and video that at slow motion, it's basically going to go through the water of the swimming pool in the same way as a bullet would go through the wood of a plank, because the bullet is much higher density. It's also going a lot faster. I don't know if speed has. Well, speed does have a lot to do with it, because if you rested a bullet on a plank of wood, then it wouldn't burrow its way through because it was heavier. So it's a speed thing, but it's also a density thing. You know, if that plank of wood wasn't a plank of wood, it was a sheet iron piece of metal, then both may stop in their place, you know. But I would see it as the same sort of analogy as dropping something of weight into a pool and it being able to go through that pool. If that pool was ice, then it wouldn't. Don't know if that made any sense.
Absolutely. But what were you saying, Adam, just before that? Or just
it does make sense, but I disagree because of the states of the medium that you're in. So the fluid state and a solid state, it is passing through the medium itself in a true sense. It's dissipating the medium, and the medium's returning back to its sense afterwards. When you
so
go
turn
through
the water into ice.
Right, so then you shatter it. So you're actually, instead of passing through, you're breaking the structure because of the force of impact is destroying.
But isn't that what you're doing when something hits water? Is
part of the deciding factor of which shatters is its density. So the denser object is by definition going to be much harder to break in most circumstances, isn't it? So it's
essentially they're dissipating energy. They're evacuating ice or water or iron or whatever. They're dissipating. They're getting it out the way, and they're burrowing. They're going through the medium, say ice. It's the same as the medium being a wooden panel, or you know, if the ice was really cold and the thing you dropped on it was wood instead of iron or whatever, and it was, you know, it would bounce off it, sort of thing, or not go through it. It's all to do with densities, and in this example, I think velocity as well, or speed.
Yeah, because that's what decides the force of impact. That's what defines the force that's applied to both sides, the stone and the ice. Is that's another one of the contributing factors, isn't it? Is the speed at which it's traveling. That's why the stupidness of the suggestion of things in space, meaning at those speeds that even very small particles wouldn't cause significant damage, because
catastrophic, they say.
Yeah,
the size of a quarter hits it, it's catastrophic. But
it would depend on its density, is what I'm saying. So if it was, as this guy is convinced, it's a snowball, which is what, if you look up comet, you're going to see the words dirty snowball. Basically, this thing is like a ball of ice, where in actual fact we have no idea what the hell they are, but they could be solid lumps of rock. I mean, these things apparently, you know, go around the sun and come out the other side, and they're still intact. If they were balls of ice, you know, they wouldn't make it much past Earth's orbit, let alone go around the sun or anything along those lines. So if this guy's talking about a little block of ice traveling at 1 billion miles an hour and hitting the space station, then yeah, I can understand that a little block of ice isn't going to do much to, say, a stainless steel tube in space that's pressurized. I can see that. But if that little block of ice is a diamond, then it's not even going to pause for breath before going straight through that thing.
No, the block of ice can do just as much damage, because at the speed it's going at, like I say, the impact that's created is in majority to do with the two relative speeds. So if they're traveling together, now the net force of the impact is created by those relative speeds. Now, what happens to the objects afterwards is defined by their tensile strength and their ability to absorb the energy that's created in the impact. Now, if both surfaces are weaker than the amount of energy that's expressed in the impact, then both will be damaged, not one or the other.
Well,
and
I think
even
again,
a little bit of ice at that speed would impart enough energy to cause damage to an aluminium sheet.
But it's like driving through a hailstorm, you know, at 120 miles or whatever. It's not those little frozen bits of ice aren't going to shatter your screen or anything like that. But if they were much bigger, or if their density was much bigger, greater, say they were, you know, frozen
lead pellets or something.
Yeah, something along those lines.
I'll give you a good example. If I was had a toothpick and sat opposite you and was throwing them at you, yeah, and they would just hit your skin and bounce off. If I shoot them through a pea shooter at speed, they might go into your skin. If I shot them through a rail gun at you, then they would go straight through your body, because it's the relative speed of the two impacts that defines the nature of. Now, what may happen as well would be, as the toothpick continued and hit a bone, it may completely crumble and shatter. But as it went through the flesh, do you see what I mean? But
yeah, but I think a toothpick is ultimately more dense than your flesh. Like you say, if it hits a bone, it's going to be hitting something of greater density than itself, and it would shatter or, you know, shrapnel inside.
Bottom line, a lot of this is easily explained with density and velocity.
Without even having to mention gravity.
No, it doesn't require gravity. It just requires density and velocity, actually. And
sure.
I'd stand to see what else, but they seem to be the main parameters. I don't see really.
Well,
gravity could be an exponent of accelerator, you would say, but it in of itself isn't a cause. It's the two causes of the speed and the density and the weight of, because they contribute to the net force.
Yeah, the weight, mass, or the volume of it as well. I mean, the volume too. But again, you know, if you've got a massive fluffy snowball flying at 1 million miles an hour, I can see quite happily how that will hit a space station and not do anything to it, because it's a fluffy, you know, very, very low density, although high volume mass that is not going to do much at all to, you know, like the windscreen of your car with hailstones.
Yeah, but if those hailstones were hitting your windscreen at 10,000 miles an hour, would you feel so safe?
No.
Well, no, but my windscreen, I mean, if you're, I mean, this is such hypothetical bullshit, isn't it? But if, I mean, you know, thinking of the ISS, let's say it's a stainless steel tube, designed to withstand 50,000 mile an hour hailstorms or whatever, hailstones, then, you know, just like your windscreen is designed to withstand hail while you're driving at 70 miles an hour. It's, you know, it'd be pretty useless if it wasn't designed to at least withstand that.
I mean, and then you have alternating factors too that you got to take into consideration, like impacts. You can absorb an impact, but it might affect your course or velocity. It might knock you off your ground a little. You know, you could definitely absorb an impact, but what it does to you is a different thing as well.
Yeah.
Well, I'm about to have to sign out real quick for the evening. Supper has arrived. But before I do, on the velocity and mass and what it can do to small objects and speed, I grew up in the tornado belt. And many times after a tornado passed through the area, we would find timber boards driven through steel tanks. We would find pine needles driven through boards.
What a closer.
Did we lose him, I guess?
Lost me.
And on that note, I got kicked
back.
out. Apparently, I was speaking too much truth there. So on that note, yes, I'm back to say goodbye, y'all.
Awesome. Thanks, Walt.
Be safe in your drive, and have a good time.
Yes, I will hop back on soon and talk to you guys. I love you all.
No, too,
Take
brother.
it easy, Walt.
All right, y'all take care.
See you later.
Later. Bye.
All right, on that note, I think it's time I signed off as well.
Right.
Same here. It's
That's
a good
been
ending.
a good show, guys.
Yeah, it was
lovely.
a wonderful
Really enjoyed
show.
Great stuff. I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Right on.
Sounds good.
Take it easy, guys.
All right,
God
you do
bless
the
John.
same.
Take care, mate.
See ya.
Right, and I'll see you guys later as well. Take it easy, Josh. Good show, mate.
All right, you too, Adam. Sleep well.
God bless, mate. Take care, mate. Night. Bye.
Night. Everyone else has left the call. Looks like it's just me. Well, you know what? My video editing software has been a little wonky as of late. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play my first in-studio appearance at my local radio station. After I had called in about the flat earth, they invited me to come in the studio. And yeah, sorry, this is about a year ago. So I actually just downloaded the MP4 from last year, spliced it together because it was actually a couple different segments. Maybe this one wasn't. I don't remember. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and play this out for us all. Yay me. All right. So, that being said, you've been listening to Iron Realm Media on the Iron Realm Media channel on YouTube. You can find us at ironrealmmedia.com or at Iron Realm Media on Twitter. We're pretty well everywhere. So it's been a wonderful Friday night, another one. So thanks everyone for catching up with us. And hopefully we'll see you again next week. Love you guys. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, guys. 509 Dave Glover Show, Paranormal Tuesday. A couple weeks or so ago, kind of offhandedly brought up the rapper B.O.B. being a flat earther, and we jumped on it, and a few people called. And a gentleman named Josh called in and said, well, I believe that the earth is flat, and we kept him on for half an hour or so, and he took a lot of phone calls. So we invited him to come into studio, so he's in here now. Josh Corey. Josh, good to meet you in person. How are you?
Welcome. Thanks, Dave. Thanks for having me.
So in radio, you can plan and plan and plan, and you never know what's going to catch on and what's not. And this one just went crazy. The phones went crazy. Twitter went crazy.
Max
email,
went crazy.
Max went crazy. So let's just pretend that that no one out there heard our first conversation. If you'd like to call in and talk to Josh or take him on or ask him questions, 314-969-9797, toll free from anywhere, 866-455-9797. So let's walk me back to when you first became aware of this flat earth theory, and what about it appealed to you, and at what point did you actually become convinced?
Oh, well, absolutely nothing about it appealed to me. I was actually on Facebook, as the crazy world of Facebook goes, and there was a gentleman on there posting these comments about how the world wasn't a sphere, and the people that believed her were just these crazy ballers. And I just immediately just rejected his whole premise, which, of course, is ludicrous, that the idea that we might be living on a flat plane. But I actually respected some of his other views and some of the things work he's done, so I at least had to listen to him a little bit.
Look into it.
So he's posting these crazy things and just some really good questions that made me stop and think. And I had to finally break down and say, all right, I've got to at least stop and look and see what in the world this guy is talking about, because there's just no way this could possibly
things that
go.
you couldn't answer.
Right. Well, I figured it'd be really easy to answer.
Yeah.
We just go in, we debunk this, and just prove the ball earth, no problem. I'm not a smart guy, but I've had basic schooling. I went to high school. I'm not a college graduate, but I'm still reasonably intelligent. I figured it'd be real easy just to prove this ball earth. And after the first video, I realized, okay, well, it turns out with some of their arguments, it may not be as easily as I thought. But there's still, I'm just not smart enough. There's guys that have been in college, they're graduate school, they've got all this training and education. They just obviously know more than I do. There's got to be an answer I'm just not getting. There's got to be that one linchpin argument that totally proves that the earth is a sphere. But I put it to bed, didn't think about it. And I figured there's just no sense in looking any further. I've got bigger, better things to move on to. There's GMO foods. There's, fluoride in the water. There's all sorts of stuff that I'd rather see addressed than the shape of the earth. But that's about 2 weeks, just rattled around up there. And it finally it all kind of congealed together. All of these other, I guess you could call them conspiracy theories. But it all kind of backed up and supported, and all of a sudden that moment just clicked when it all fell into place, and I could totally get what their argument was. And it really is so basic that it's probably why I missed it the first time and why it was so hard for me.
Can I recommend, too, that everybody go to their search engine of choice and just type in under images, flat earth, because you're going to see the most amazing. That's all we did that
really
day.
Good representations,
It's incredible.
And you'll see some crazy stuff out there. You'll see a flat disc sitting on top of a turtle, sitting on top of elephants, and a big stack of elephants. And there's all kinds of visual
That's
representations.
not what you believe?
No, believe it or not, that is not what most flat earthers believe. I imagine there's people out there that still hold to that. But
And when you called in, you were talking about what I envisioned to be sort of a thick dinner plate. Sort of like a pizza.
Kind of.
And so what we know to be the continents would be on the top?
More floating.
So the North Pole's right in the middle.
Right in the middle, yes.
And then...
That's the most important part. The North Pole is in the middle.
So where's the South Pole?
The South Pole, well... Again, we have lots of theories here. So if you're measuring just a large sheet of ice, almost say an infinite sheet of ice, where over it a sun and moon have gathered and are making circles, melting the ice away. And as it melts down, it creates this depression and it reveals land masses. And that's what we're calling the continents. So basically that entire sheet of ice that's on the outside would be the South. You can call it an ice wall, which is a poor choice of words. It's more of an ice plateau.
So the South Pole is more like the outer rim.
Exactly. Exactly.
And this is why, even though it's a perfectly good continent on the round Earth, we are not allowed to step foot all the way wherever we want to go in Antarctica, because we'd be able to see that it's the edge of the world.
And it's not that we're not allowed to step foot there. It's just a very controlled environment.
See?
If we could, would we see something that would shock us, or would it look just like everywhere else?
That's a really good question. We can get into Admiral Byrd and the trips. He took 5 trips down there. He came back, and when he got back, he went on TV, and he started to talk about the things that he saw on this TV show back in the 50s called the Longines Chronoscope or something like that. It's a crazy name. But he was talking about a landmass larger than the United States and Russia, and uranium, and just all these natural resources that would basically benefit and fuel the economies of the world for the next 100 years or so.
That picture that Max has up, is that about at least your sect of flat eartherism? Is that about right?
That's pretty close. Where the white
like you
edge
said, there's
is,
so many
that would be
different
the Antarctic wall. And so I guess our atmosphere is almost like a dome over us. And I guess a lot of flat earthers believe that the sun and the moon and the stars are right there within that dome, correct?
Yes.
The stars too? Because I understood either from Josh or another caller that the sun and the moon were smaller and closer and more of a localized phenomenon. But the stars also?
Well, if you think of the stars, think of it in the North Pole, you stand an umbrella. And the umbrella covers basically like a dome, and you can just rotate that umbrella, and the stars themselves would move around the flat Earth. And that's, in a lot of the basic theories, that's where the model has rested.
Explain, somebody was talking, called or maybe sent a tweet or an email right after your last call that said, well, okay, if the sun is basically just sort of circling around the continents, sort of if you just think about above the plate, just make us the sun
like
make
a flashlight, basically.
Like a flashlight. How would in some places like Alaska and other places up north have sunlight for half the year and be pretty much dark the rest of the year if the flashlight is always moving like this?
Well, not only does the flashlight move, but it travels back and forth along the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn. So depending on where the sun is actually, where it's doing its spinning, will determine who actually can see it. So the farther north it is, the longer you'll be able to see it when you're in the north. There is video of, two videos that I know of like a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic, but I'm not entirely convinced those are legit.
If you research it too, it's interesting how, of course, the world was accepted as flat for a very long time, and we all learned in school until Galileo said, he was imprisoned for his heretical beliefs because they thought it was anti the Bible, because people thought that the Bible taught and the ancient Hebrew, religions taught that the earth was flat. And then you get into this idea of this conspiracy theory, faking the moon landing, trying to prove to people that we could shoot rockets into space, that now it's almost too far gone. That even if we do have proof that it's a flat earth, they can't go back because there's too much money to be made to keep people away from the edge of the
flat earthers have to. It's part of the flat Earth belief that the moon landing was faked, correct?
Yes.
Because it couldn't have it both ways. You
Right.
couldn't have the pictures of the moon with the round Earth. And okay.
I'm still not understanding why we would do that. Like, who's gaining what? Who's making money off of flat Earth? Than making us believe that it's a sphere.
Did they make money off of the moon landing? Was the moon landing so important
where
to
did all that
us?
NASA money go?
And then now to go back and say, wait a minute, the Earth is flat, then you would have to go back and say the government lied to you for 4 decades.
Tons of people calling in. You can also tweet Tony a question. Kyle, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, I get it. So my question is, how would you explain sunset and sunrise time differences even in America when you have a 3 or 4 hour difference? With modern technology, you could call someone from New York in L.A., and they would obviously say it's dark there or it's light there. How would you explain that if it's a flat Earth?
Sure, Kyle. It's actually just a matter of perspective, really, and where the sun actually vanishes off to as to where sunset actually occurs. Because you're creating all sorts of false horizons based on your altitude. So if you're in the city and you're surrounded by buildings, the sun's going to look like it's going down a lot earlier than it is because it's going down behind the buildings.
So to explain it to somebody, I like the flashlight analogy, if that's correct, that basically if you were to hold a flashlight over a plate and you were to just move it with your hand in a circle, that's that's the sun flashing down. So as it moves across a continent, in the eastern part of the continent would get light first and then would get dark first as the flashlight went around.
We're convincing Tony finally.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that the theory?
Coming around, Tony.
That's part of the theory.
I'm just trying to clarify the theory for the people listening.
Hello, John. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, hey, here's the deal. Well, first, I need to make a correction. Galileo wasn't in prison because he thought the Earth was round. It was because he proposed a heliocentric solar system as opposed to Earth-centric.
Ah, yes, you're right, John. You're right.
Right. No, Chuck, not John. Anyway, this whole idea of like a flashlight going over him because of your altitude perspective, that would suggest that there's a bulge somewhere and that it's not completely flat, that it is, well, significantly bulged. But has this guy ever heard of, like, NASA? Guys that sent rockets up and actually have taken pictures of these things.
All faked.
Yeah, the sun is really far away. Guys that actually landed on the moon.
Nope.
Yeah, that's that.
But you'd necessarily have to believe that
you would have to believe that that's all fake.
All space travel is faked.
Again, it's all kind of this total big picture view of the flat Earth theory. And then NASA starts back on the heels of the Nazi war machine. So basically, it was after the Nazi Party came that the CIA came over and said, we see all these scientists, and we would really like to have their knowledge in America. And Russia saw the scientists and said, yeah, we want the same thing. So they divvied up the scientists, and we brought some to America. It was called Operation Paperclip. Some stayed with the CIA and ventured into mind control techniques, and some went and started the rocket program, and what was then become the NASA program.
Some Twitter questions. If the sky is a dome, what are meteors made of, and where are they from?
If the sky is the dome, I suppose meteors could be made.
Or just in your theory, where meteors come? Are they still coming from space? Or are they still
They certainly appear to be falling. They certainly appear to be falling from the sky. That much we know. They appear to come down, and for the ones that crash, they crash, and for the ones that burn up, they make it pretty light. Where they come from, I don't know.
So they're still coming from above.
That's what it looks like at the very least. I mean, it's not like an airplane that just seems to come from horizon to horizon.
Hello, Sharon. Go ahead.
Hi. I was wondering if the gentleman there would know anything about Flight 800 that crashed off the East Coast after it picked up the most knowledgeable and valuable man who had just retired from NASA. Several years ago, remember when Flight 800 crashed?
Mm-hmm, sure.
And then eventually they said they saw something hit it. Well, I'm convinced that was shot down because he was on that flight. And I remember after that, they never did publish the names of passengers on airplanes that crashed. But he was on there. And I was just wondering if he knew anything about that.
I don't really have information in regards to the Flight 800. It's a little out of my scope.
Quick break. Back more with Josh Corey. If you believe the Earth is flat, you want to take him on, give us a call, 969-9797. Toll free from anywhere, 866-455-9797. Tuesday. Josh Corey is here talking about the flat Earth theory. Max is convinced. Tony is 80% the way there. 314-969-9797. So many phone calls. Which one did you like, Max?
Ronnie,
welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Hey, Dave, I get it.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Simple question. You take a runway, north, south, east, west, northwest, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You take off in an airplane. You never turn. You never bank. You never turn. And you go stays that direction. Eventually, you return to where you took off from. If the Earth was flat, how is that possible?
Well, that's actually a really good theory. If you can show me a plane route that is actually circumnavigating the globe, north to south, I would really love to see it. I know a lot of people that'd be really excited to find these plane routes. I know that we can fly east to west and west to east, and we can go around and come back to where we started. But if you could find these north to south plane routes, please find me on Facebook. Send them an email here. They can track me down.
Mike,
I would love to
drop. So, boom! But if you just went east to west, wouldn't that also?
So basically, yeah.
Really, you're on top of the plate.
If you're saying, well, my compass, so you're saying my compass never deviated from due east. How can I go due east on the compass, never deviate, and end up getting back to where I was and not fall off the edge? The north,
in the middle,
the middle would. So that's how you have to look at it.
The needle will always point to the north.
You're thinking it's the top. Mm-hmm. It's not the top. Mm-hmm. It's the middle.
Right.
So your compass will never. Your compass will say east the whole time, and you're actually. If you think about the middle of the plate being where north is going to point, you would continue to go due east or due west, and you would go around the world, and you would end up back where you started.
What's Twitter saying?
You wouldn't fly off the edge. Gosh, there's so many.
We're convincing people left and right. That's what's happening.
There were so many.
The Dave Glover Show audience is waking up and realizing we've been lied to.
There's so many good ones here on Twitter. What about phases of the moon? How does the Earth's shadow on the moon look to be spherical?
Yeah, that's a really good question. The moon is such a strange thing, and it's not quite as figured out as we'd like to think. There was a guy named Erwin Shapiro here from the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. He has a quote. He says, "The best possible explanation for the moon is observational error. The moon doesn't exist. The moon is bigger than it should be, apparently older than it should be, and much lighter in mass than it should be. It occupies an unlikely orbit, and it's so extraordinary that all existing explanations for its presence are fraught with difficulties, and none of them could be considered remotely airtight.
That's just great.
So basically, the moon, for what it's worth, isn't there. I mean, why does it have the phases? I'm not sure. I know it's not reflecting sunlight.
What are we looking at if it's not the moon? I mean, we can see it up there.
There's a lot of people out there trying to answer that question. There's a guy on YouTube named Crow.
So something's there.
Are you going to talk about the...
It looks like something's there.
Are you going to talk about the two Earth theory? Because I've heard that this is actually Earth that split up.
What's called the lunar wave. What this guy did is he took his telescope and connected his camera up to it and has just been zooming in and filming the moon. And in going through his footage, what he found was like a refresh rate on the moon. You know, like the old TVs had the horizontal hold and you could adjust the refresh rate. Well, he was seeing this happen coming down across the moon. And he thought, well, it had to be just like an equipment error. It had to be something to do with his camera. But then pretty soon there's other people recording and observing the same phenomenon. No other explanation other than it's a refresh rate on the moon. It's a lunar wave is what they call it.
If the Earth is flat, how come boats or ships don't sail off the edge? And that would get back to the middle being north.
And the south being a large plateau of ice to which we don't have free access.
That you wouldn't be able to get through, yeah.
Hello, Mike. Welcome to the show.
Yep. I think people are trying to overthink this thing. Okay, this flat earther there is correct. Okay, think of it in a simple term. Okay, take an exercise ball. Everybody's got one. You try staying on top of a round exercise ball, you fall off. You walk across your living room floor, which is flat, you don't fall off. If the earth was round, we'd all fall off.
We might as well just go to another topic now.
Well, there is that, I suppose.
That's Mike Drop.
Yeah.
Mike Drop.
But I guess they say it's a matter of perspective. I mean, in some people's reality, there are people in Australia right now standing down. They're throwing their ball basically down. But it's all a matter of perspective because they're upside down. Other people are standing sideways, but we're the ones right side up. But in reality, we all see life on a level plane. We all know what up is up and down is down, and we all feel the same thing, but it's only it's a matter of perspective, provided that we live on a spinny ball.
So when you see like Neil deGrasse Tyson tweeting with B.O.B. and here's why, are you ever bothered? Are you ever challenged? Do you ever think, well, that there's a really good explanation of why the Earth is round?
I'm a little bothered by NDT's arguments they uses with B.O.B. I think they're a little elementary and not well thought out and can be easily disproven by most new-coming flat earther.
Would a guy like him, who's such a world-renowned physicist, is he in on something, or is he just wrong?
Doubt it. No, I doubt it. It's not even that he's wrong, because it's not as though their math doesn't work out, and I know their math better than they do. They're just using one kind of math, and we're proposing that it's a different kind of math. They're saying that it's this Pythagorean curve. I mean, we can't see it, we can't observe it, but we know it's there. We're just too small, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Too small. We're just too small to ever see it.
And what type of math are you using? If it's not
it's a plane geometry. You can just use some basic trigonometry, plane geometry to figure out the distance of the sun and basically linear measurements to see exactly how far we're looking out across a flat level surface to see that that's not the Pythagorean curve that should be there.
Hello, Mike. Welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dave, I get it.
Thank you, Mike.
So my question is, even if I buy into NASA and the government lying to us all these years, what about, I don't know, high school experiments where they take a weather balloon and fly up in the atmosphere and record it and you can see the curvature of the Earth?
That's a really good question. The question is, are you really looking at the curvature of the Earth? I mean, it depends what kind of camera they're using. If they're using a GoPro camera, you can say, well, we know that's not going to be curvature because every GoPro uses a wide-angle fisheye lens. So then there's the question is the balloon using any kind of wide-angle lens? Because that's going to produce that false curvature.
All right, Brad has it. There you go. Brad, knock him down.
Okay, here's the theory, and I can prove it right now.
Boom,
If there were flat Earth, then 97.1 right now could be heard in Los Angeles because FM radio waves, the frequency from 88 to 108, those are line-of-sight waves. The reason that stations have larger coverage on FM is they have taller towers, which compensates for the curvature of the Earth. If the Earth was flat, then a radio station on 97.1 in Los Angeles could be heard in New York City.
So it's the curvature of the Earth that stops the FM radio waves.
Because radio waves are line of sight.
Mm-hmm.
The FM radio waves are line of sight. In other words, The whole concept is the taller your tower, the more you can cover, because you are essentially covering more of the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
Once again, if the Earth were flat, you could hear one radio station from coast to coast.
Would a 100-watt radio station as opposed to a 100,000-watt radio station make a difference if there was nothing blocking it?
Well, of course it would, because of more power. But see, once again, if you take a 100,000-watt station and you put the tower up 100 feet, it's going to cover, let's say, 10 miles. You take that same 100,000-watt station and you put it at 1,000 feet, or like if you go up into the
I mean, that's a lot of curvature drop. That's 400 miles times.
towers that are 2,000 feet tall, those stations cover 400 miles because they can get around the curvature of the Earth. It's line of sight.
Okay, Josh. Thank you, Brad.
So how is it line of sight if it's 400 miles around the curve of the Earth? I mean, you're not going to be able to see. I mean, that's a lot of curvature drop. That's 400 miles times 400 miles times 8 inches. I should have brought a calculator. I don't know. I'm not that good at math, but that's a lot of drop for it to still be line of sight.
So basically, you're saying the power would dissipate eventually, no matter what.
I think maybe that'd be an interesting theory. I suggest highly suggest getting a very large tower and a super powerful antenna and just broadcasting some of your own FM waves. FCC would love that.
Twitter says, I still miss Dr. Lynch, but this helps a lot.
Good. Awesome. Josh, thanks for coming in. Do you want people to find you?
You can try to find me. I'm not really hiding anywhere. Feel free.
What is, if somebody wants to read about your belief, because you said there's a lot of
your
false,
sect
your version of the flat Earth that you believe in. How would they do more research?
I say go on YouTube, research flat Earth. It's growing. Absorb as much information as you can. Find out what's true, find out what's false, and make the truth your own. You'll see what's real and what's kind of BS.
Be right back, DJS.
So that's it. There's nothing really after that. I had huge intentions on making videos of just these appearances, but my video editing software crashed, so I'm sort of in a hiatus. So, that being said, I hope to have it all figured out shortly. That way I'll actually be able to get all 21 appearances sort of lined up together at least, and I'll be able to see what's what, hopefully. But I think with that, I need to go get something to eat myself, so I'm just going to play a little IRM trailer out, because I think that would be best. So, love you guys. Thanks for watching.